Hello everyone. Welcome back to another weekend art stream. Apologies that I didn't stream yesterday. I was just way too tired. I was out all day with my roommates and I passed out not too long after I got home. So we're making up for that today. There it is, the first werehog scream of the night. So we're making up for that by streaming tonight. I'll be working on some traditional art. It's actually a traditional commission this time around. I'm not wearing this the whole time. I just thought this would be a cool opening. I got this at Spirit Halloween yesterday. That was a good time. Hello, Gray. Hello, Casey. But yeah, I hope that everyone is having a good night so far. And I'll get the arrangement all set up so that we can get started. So give me 1 second for that. Oh, turn my mic back on by accident. I have this extension to where I can hook up more USB things into my computer, and it likes to flicker off when I move it slightly. Alright, give me 1 sec. Don't think I've seen your face before, either that or I forgot, but you're pretty. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I've done a couple of webcam streams on here. This isn't my first one. They're just few and far between because it's just easier to do digital art. But I would love to do more traditional streams for sure. It's just like with everything, it takes a lot out of me to do so. Casey says, "Mine! Mine, mine, mine." Let me see. Here we go. The drawing in question. I think what I'll do is line it first. Hey, Inup, you missed the opening. I was wearing a werewolf mask.
You won't regret this choice. Promise.
Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. I really do. Alright. Can you guys still hear me from that? Nah, that's too far away. We'll keep it here. I just gotta be careful. I don't need the overhead light on for this first portion right now. I think we're fine. Just like this. But when I start coloring it, if I get to the coloring tonight, I will have to turn on the overhead light because I can't see shit. These lights that I have on right now are actually white, but because it's so blue in here, it makes it look like it's blue, and it doesn't accurately display the colors that I'm working with, so I have white lights in my lamp over there that I turn on when I need a color. But per Casey's suggestion, we're gonna try to find some really good No Sleep episodes tonight to listen to while we work. 6 sketches always. Thank you. I'm wearing my I'm into spooky shit shirt. I like this shirt. I don't have to wear it that often. Alright. So there is a Halloween special 2025 No Sleep that's up. Hopefully it's good. Love the choker. Thank you. I really want more animal skull chokers. This is the only one I have. It's a rabbit. Very Redmond core. Alright, here we go.
WNSP. Happy Halloween. Welcome back to the 4th hour of the Darkness of the Night Halloween Special. WNSP's sinful celebration of the spooky season. I'm your host, Diabolical Creature, but you can call me DC.
These
We've been
nuts
talking
nugget.
all show about how Halloween in Cryptid Valley is a very special night. About how the cryptids who exist in this area somehow seem to know what Halloween is, what the spirit of the night is all about, and how on this night, when the veil between life and death is at its thinnest, it's their time to be even more cryptic. During the break, I was standing outside. The fog is now even thicker. The Halloween partiers are all home in bed. And the silence out there is deafening. I feel like I'm trapped in a miasma of utter lifelessness. That's why I'm glad to be back in the studio, alone, but with you. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten about my promise. I'll be playing that special episode of the No Sleep podcast for you. It's their big Halloween episode, perfect for our special night at WNSP. And I also haven't forgotten to address some of the emails I've gotten lately. People are telling me that some of our recent broadcasts have been having technical issues. Our signal is dropping out or being cut into. Some people claim they hear another voice on our station's frequency. Now, I'm not hearing anything like that here in the studio. I've asked our engineers about it, and they can't explain it. There aren't really any radio stations in the area that could cover our signal. So, either it's a bunch of the cryptids setting up their own station in the woods,
The
or
cryptids.
it's just some sort of atmospheric anomaly. Signals skipping off the atmosphere and messing with our speaking of anomalies, I keep hearing a noise outside the studio. It sounds like what?
Oh, he got snatched.
Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast and our special Halloween 2025
Hell yeah, the
episode.
second werehog of the night.
I'm the rotten old pumpkin known as David Cummings. We are delighted you have
Welcome, Lucario.
ding-donged our doorbell to satisfy your sweet tooth for our horrifying treats. We have a full-sized episode for you as we make this the most hallowed of All Hallows Eve. For those of you who are listening to this in the style of, I only listen to horror around Halloween, we welcome you to our show. We have lots of horror in our archives for you, so you're welcome to listen to horror stories in the other months of the year as well. And for you steadfast regular listeners who are knee-deep into Season 2 of Goat Valley Campgrounds, we're doing something a little different this week. Rather than trying to shoehorn Chapter 6 into the Halloween episode, you'll find it as a separate episode in your No Sleep Podcast free feed. So don't forget to stay up to date with Kate and the gang. We didn't want to drive you mad by having Halloween interrupt the series. Or to put it another way, don't go insane because of Sam Hain.
I must be
Yes, I know
lagging
it's
behind the stream. I was
pronounced
trying to line it up with something
Don't
else.
at
Oh
me.
no.
All right, enough of my blathering.
I'm sorry.
We have lots and lots of stories for you. So hold up your pillowcases or candy buckets and get ready for our tricky treats. Because it's time for you to tune in, turn on, and brace yourself.
Could you imagine if
for
I tried
our
working on this
Halloween tale.
while still wearing the mask? It's a little hard to see in, but that's the point. That'd be a funny
In our
Halloween
first
stream.
tale, we meet a family with young kids who are excitedly getting ready for Halloween. That is, until their house floods and they have to find a temporary place to live. But in this tale, shared with us by author Justin Alcala, a rental cabin in the nearby woods sounds like the perfect spot for a spooky Halloween detour. Maybe a little too perfect. Performing this tale with me are Kristen DiMercurio, Danielle McRae, Erica Sanderson, Sarah Thomas, and Aaron Lillis. So remember to heed the local legends. Some don't last long, but some legends are undying. The ghost of Halloween flooded our house, then flattened our
What?
tire for good measure. By the time we reached our rental cabin, car grease stained my hands, and anxiety sullied the rest of me. Elizabeth took the kids to walk Bao and Astrid while I unpacked the SUV.
He did what?
It wasn't my proudest moment, renting a gimmicky cottage, but until insurance sent a check, it was all that we could afford.
Isn't this
Bramble
WNSP?
Village
Why
was
are
a
they talking
cute
about...
cabin village
why aren't they
15
talking about
minutes
sports?
away from the Renaissance Festival.
This is
In
no
the
sleep.
summer, it teemed with cosplayers and reenactors who'd run through its dingy woods pretending to be nobles. But in October, the place lay deserted. It was early evening, but autumn let the sun take a half day. I wheeled our luggage next to the front door's plastic jack-o'-lantern, then searched the porch lamp for our key. A dozen moths flew out of the fake flame, batting into my face as I removed the key cards left by the rental manager.
Oh, gosh. No, no, no.
The historically inaccurate lock beeped as I waved the card over it. I pushed inside, welcomed by a tavern dining area complete with a barrel-shaped table orbited by 4 stools. A fake stone hearth with LED flames gleamed next to a welcome package with cookies for the kids, pamphlets, and a welcome letter written in Old English font. I parked the luggage and read it. Beneath the Wi-Fi password was a handwritten note. "Welcome, weary traveler. Me lady and I will be in Wilmington this weekend. Call should ye have any troubles. Your key card will get ye inside the shower cabin, where vending machines filled with sustenance await thy famished bellies. Also, apologies about the moths. The woods are ancient and infested with them. Thank ye, management." Yeah. Stapled to the letter, an advertisement for the Renaissance Fair highlighted its summer attractions. One picture, amongst jousting knights, mermaid tanks, and axe throwing, drew my attention. Standing next to a fortune-telling booth was the ugliest crone I've ever seen, covered in a shawl engulfed by gray butterflies. Whoever hired her did an excellent job, as her hideous face
I got
and
it,
the
don't worry.
scar across her neck didn't appear to be makeup. Outstanding. Who needs baths?
I know, Dad. Isn't it great?
I jumped at the unexpected voice of my daughter. Aster not only wielded the unwavering positivity that only an 8-year-old girl could afford, but she possessed an uncanny ability to sneak up on me even if she were wearing tap
There was a
shoes.
spider on my shirt.
I spun around to find her doing cartwheels while her
Okay.
5-year-old brother, Eden, tried prying a sword from the wall. Elizabeth unclipped Bow and Astrid's leashes. Our littlest, Adair, clinging to her back. Released from their restraints, the dogs took to their canine responsibility, sniffing every piece of furniture in the building.
Lots of moths.
Elizabeth waving the winged creatures from out the open door. Ye management says the woods have an infestation.
The other cabins are neat. There's a Gryffindor room.
They're
How the heck
neat.
is that Renaissance?
It's super cool, Dad. We peeked inside, but it's only one room and it's not clean yet.
Well, according to the website, ours has 2. You kids will get the little prince
Who wrote
and
this, a cat?
princess suite upstairs, and Mom and I sleep in the king and queen's chambers down here.
Think any trick-or-treaters will come tomorrow?
Eden took the sword and then gestured with it towards our 2-year-old. I disarmed him. But no one is coming.
But we'll find a town to get candy.
Think they'll deliver pizza here, Dad?
Eden and Adair's ears perked up. Oh, sure, it feels secluded, but we're only 5 minutes off the highway.
Why don't I unpack while you order?
Sure, but while I do, I'm gonna check out the shower situation. I navigated to the shower room, my eyes half glued to my phone as I searched for pizza. The fall leaves surrounding Bramble Village assaulted the hamlet with their dead. Gold, blood, and pumpkin-colored leaves rained down, adding to the tapestry of browns I crushed beneath me. The air grew cooler, but by the time I reached the shower cabin, I'd ordered bargain pizza, and it was en route. I used the key card and entered, beat down by the interesting odor of bleach and socks. The interior looked like a gym bathroom, accented with faux stone walls. 4 shower stalls, draped by royal purple, were tucked along the western wall, and a set of vending machines loomed near the emergency exit. My eyes drew to muddy footprints coming out from a shower, and a handprint with strange moon and circle symbols smeared on the vending machine glass. Ye management needs a housekeeper. No one laughed. I looked inside the muddy shower stall. Another moth hit my face.
Another
I
moth.
swatted it away, taking
Another
in the
one.
muck-covered plastic walls that looked as if someone had washed a farm pig inside. Dirt-laden handprints with long nail marks spread over the complimentary shampoo dispenser as if Swamp Thing pumped it several dozen times. I checked the stall next to it. It was clean. I shrugged, then proceeded to the clean booth, turning on the water and scrubbing the tire grease from my hands. It took longer than I thought to get the black out of my fingernails, but as I finished, my stomach rumbled. With no towel in sight, I wriggled my hands to shake them dry. Starved, I looked to the vending machine's temptations, but the smudge marks made the chocolate bars and fruit candies less appetizing. Besides, we'd be rich in Halloween candy come tomorrow. The timer on the automatic lights flickered. I returned before being abandoned in darkness. Luckily I did, because the pizza delivery woman pulled up as I reached my front door.
Sorry.
Through her rolled-down window, a pair of pumpkin-bulbed antennas wobbled on her head.
I didn't know you could rent these when it wasn't festival season.
Yeah, neither did I. Let me go get my wallet. I hurried inside to where I dropped off my wallet and car keys. The ceiling above sounded as if the kids were trying to bring it down via bed bouncing. "Pizza's here!" A chorus of cheers echoed from overhead. I returned to the front door to find the pizza lady fighting for her life as hand-sized moths circling the porch light flew into her. I noticed she'd drawn a moon with an X across it in the porch dust along her feet.
Wow, lots of moths.
Her wide eyes and peppy voice gave off toddler show host energy. "Yeah, the wood's infested." I reviewed the receipt, then withdrew ample cash to tip.
Oh, I know. The old gallows used to be in these woods. They'd hang people far away from town so their spirits wouldn't return home. People say the moths are the lost souls.
Oh, that's an interesting history lesson, I said, not creeped out at all.
When I was a kid, lights and weird sounds convinced everyone that, around this time, these woods were haunted by the last person the town tried hanging. They called her the Quiet Witch, and she refused to die after hours of dangling. Tony Canzano said he saw her up here one time while breaking bottles with his friends. But how could that be when they strung her up 100 years ago?
Now that's the silliest Halloween story if I've ever heard one.
Yeah. The funny thing is that cops chased away an old lady when they broke ground for Bramble Village a few years back.
Interesting. Well, thanks for the pizza. You just made 3 kids very happy.
Of course, good sir.
She bowed like a knight, her pumpkin antennas falling.
Happy Halloween!
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, now please
I waited
leave.
for the unique pizza lady to return to her car before closing the door with my hips. The children poured down the stairs as I brought their feast to the barrel table. For the next half hour, we treated ourselves to Caesar salad, jalapeno poppers, and one large Mitza pizza. I tried to ignore the quiet witch while cleaning up the paper plates, but I remained unsettled. Luckily, dinner, a long day, and Halloween's
Man, I say as little of the
prospect helped
customers
kids
as
get
possible.
to
That
bed
lady's a
without
freak.
fight. Elizabeth took pity on me.
I like
and
how you
after
could
we
clearly
teamed up
tell
to
the guy
brush
was like,
teeth, she
"Please leave."
volunteered to tuck the kids in.
I don't want small talk. Please
I
leave.
made it to the king and queen's chamber, kicking off my hiking boots and stripping down to my briefs before flopping into the canopy bed. The rich fabrics of our red duvet, which matched the window blinds hugging our bedsides, comforted me as I checked my phone. A list of insurance emails I lacked the energy to read awaited. Instead, I put the phone down on my nightstand next to the dragon-shaped lamp and wormed up into my frilled pillow, flipping on the television. Blair Witch, Hocus Pocus, and other seasonal movies littered the screen. I flipped
What
the
about
television
Casper?
back off and closed my eyes. A tapping on the glass caught my ear as moths tried to get through the window to my dragon lamp. Oh, I'm never gonna get any sleep. The moths must have agreed because they clittered louder. Contrary to my claim, my eyes grew heavy, and I faded into a light stage of sleep. My mind no longer considered anything, but I could hear the cottage's door beep, my wife collect the car keys, and the start of our SUV. Then an odd sound shook me from my slumber. A whiskey-rough, campfire-dry voice whispered from the walls.
Hey, it's my turn to be here. Be gone.
My eyes flipped open as a creaking from the stairwell approached.
They didn't make it 10 minutes.
Elizabeth entered the room.
Are you sleeping with the lights on?
Did you say something? I thought I heard someone talking.
No, but I played the kids' stories on my phone. You probably caught Old Mother Goose.
The children didn't find the new space creepy?
So long as Bal and Astrid slept on them. Why do you ask?
Oh, I think this place is weird.
We could find someplace else.
Are you kidding me? This place was cheaper than the pizza. Everything else is going to be expensive.
Then weird is what we'll be. Maybe we can rent a house once we get an insurance check.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Pizza was good.
Yeah, the pizza lady said a witch lived here.
Kinda creepy.
You need sleep. All these problems are making you come up with fresh problems.
You know me.
Mind if I read a bit before you turn off the light?
I put a pillow over my head. Knock yourself out.
What's that clicking?
Moths. I brought myself back to sleep, reaching that prologue of dreams where thoughts took shape, but with no plot. I lingered there for a moment before my wife tapped me on the shoulder.
Okay. All done. You can turn the light off.
I did as instructed, fumbling with the switch. The room went dark, and I tried getting back to my marked page of rest. But my reason caught up to me as the clicking of moths on the window continued along my side of the bed. As if she read my mind, my wife spoke.
I thought you said that was moths.
I did. Why are they still tapping? Truth be told, I'd never checked to confirm. I sat up, looking at the drawn drapes. I stood, and assuming the mundane, pulled the curtains open. My finding defied expectation. An ancient crone's nose pressed against the glass, inches from me. A scattering of teeth filled her mouth as her eyes, devoid of expression, stared right through me. She wore a Gryffindor blanket like a cloak, roofed in moths, and her long neck kept purple scars from what appeared to be rope burn. She used her long, broken fingernails to click on the glass, speaking in a low, grinding voice.
It's my season. You're not supposed to be here.
Holy! I fell backwards. My wife leapt out of bed.
What? What?
There's someone out there. Get the freaking kids. Without hesitation,
Get the freaking
Elizabeth
kids.
hurried upstairs. I watched the hag, unsure how to proceed. She continued
There's a Harry
to
Potter
ramble,
fan
but
outside.
I couldn't make out the grinded words. The dogs ran down the stairs first, stopping at our bedroom doorway, before barking at the woman as she continued her ceaseless tapping. The woman gave a guttural growl before backing up into the darkness. Now I was terrified. I hurried to the kitchen to get my keys, but they were gone. Elizabeth came down with Aster and Eden groggy at her sides and Adair in her arms. Where's the keys?
How should I know? You drove.
You went into the car to get your book.
No, I didn't. I had my book in my luggage.
I rushed to the front of the house, looking out the dining room window. The SUV stood in wait. Lights turned on and spun around as if someone had entered it and turned it around. The symbols drawn on the porch dirt had multiplied, covering the entirety of the cement. I retrieved the wall sword, then approached the door. The dogs scratched at the entrance, growling. When I say go, we run. Got it?
Dad, what's going on?
Just listen to Dad.
Go! I opened the door, and the bite of night took my breath away. Bao and Astrid ran out, barking into the darkness while we hurried to the car. I checked inside. The vehicle was empty, the dash's blue lights coloring the interior. With the replica sword readied, I opened the door. Elizabeth hurried the children into the back seat, clicking Adair into his child's seat. I hurried to the back, opened the liftgate, then called the dogs inside. Bao and Astrid did as commanded, hackles high. After securing them, I sped to the driver's seat and leapt inside. Our hood hosted an army of moths, wings fluttering as if ready for flight. A symbol like the one on our porch was drawn into the windshield film. I put the car in drive, and the SUV bucked forward. We drove out of the Renaissance Village, reaching the gate with impetus. Posted at the gate's pillar stood the old hag. Her lips moved as she mumbled, the moths from our hood flying off and returning to her. I didn't look back as we rushed to the highway. When the lights of the expressway illuminated our car, a feeling of safety washed over me.
Who was that, Dad?
The Quiet Witch. We reported the issue to management, then the police for good measure. Much to my chagrin, both parties wrote it off as a drifter playing a Halloween trick. We spent the night at Elizabeth's sister's house, and the ecstasy of Halloween at Aunt Ashley's neighborhood helped the kids move on. Each time we retold the story, the eeriness dripped off. We received a refund for our cabin costs, and an insurance check arrived soon after. For the next few months, we lived in an ordinary rental, free of nightmares until our house's completion. Everyone we told wrote that evening off as a spooky story that was more circumstances than facts. But not me. I knew who visited us that night. As if she never wanted me to forget, a moth awaited me on my car's windshield each morning on my way to work. And I never felt alone. But no one believes me. My voice is now as frail as hers. I think the quiet witch likes it that way. Much as her soul, the hag's lesson is everlasting. She wants me to remember that some places are best left alone over the Halloween season, and ignoring such forewarnings means relentless reprisal.
I mean, what was she gonna do, though? She just kind of showed up and was like, get out of my house.
WNSP will return after a word from our sponsors. You want longer episodes, no ads, and lots of bonus content? Find out more at sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com. October is a spooky month, but did you know it's also a month we focus on mental health?
Make them eat a little
October
Caesar's
10th
pizza.
is designated Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists. BetterHelp therapists have helped
My
over
God.
5 million people
It was Little
worldwide
Caesars.
on their mental health journeys. That's
My kids were
millions
never
of
the same
stories,
after that.
millions of journeys. And behind every one is a therapist who showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. And I can attest to how the right therapist can change everything. And BetterHelp has 12 plus years experience in matching people to the right therapist. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally. And they have an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. This World Mental Health Day, we're celebrating the therapists who've helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey.
for me?
No Sleep listeners get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/nosleep. That's betterhelp.com/nosleep. Thanks, BetterHelp, for supporting what we do. Now, back to WNSP's presentation of the No Sleep Podcast.
Has this ever happened to you? You buy something online, wait for it to be delivered, get the notification that it arrived, and when you open your door, the package is gone. Stolen
no.
right off your porch. That's a year-round trick with nary a treat to be had. But in this tale, shared with us by author Tracy Fallon-Wolf, a pair of these package purloiners
Do I start therapy now or
realized
after the
that
nightmares set in?
Halloween is the perfect season for their thievery, until they realize that some people have their own way of celebrating the season of horror. Performing this tale are Mike Delgadio, Atticus Jackson, Nicole Doolin, and Aaron Lillis. So be mindful of your deliveries if you live near the Demon Porch Pirates of Crestwood Heights.
The what?
I flicked my switchblade and sliced open the belly of the box. Well, shit. More adult diapers. My roommate, Tyler Borger, pointed at me.
Drink up, douchebag.
Tyler kept his hair high and tight, even though he'd been washed out of basics 6 months ago. He was already shit-faced, because he'd opened 3 boxes of maxi pads and 1 box of generic boner pills. And, well, he was a lightweight. I'd let my hair grow out. It was blonde and frizzy, and long enough now that I had to pull it into a ponytail to keep it out of my mouth, but I didn't care. I never wanted to hear anyone call me Private Conley again, or be reminded of my failed military service every time I looked in the mirror. I threw the adult diapers onto the flea market pile and took my shot. I'd had 3 more shots than Tyler, and I didn't even feel a buzz yet.
Okay, my turn.
Tyler picked a box and shook it. He read the return address label.
Retribution Designs, Inc. Never heard of them.
He squinted.
But their logo is a killer skull and crossbones, so it's gotta be something good.
A wave of something unsettling roiled my stomach. Might have been the tequila, but I never heard of tequila going bad. Plus, I didn't feel sick exactly. It was more like I had a bad feeling. Real bad feeling. Like something terrible was about to happen.
Something
Tyler
terrible.
ripped open the package and 3 fingers fell out.
Cool.
He picked one up and squeezed it.
Ah, lifelike too.
He collected the fingers and arranged them on the shelf above the kitchen sink.
I'm keeping these for us. Spruce up the humble abode.
We already had purple LED lights, fuzzy bats suspended from strings, and a rubber demon mask in the window. Didn't get much more Halloween than that. While he was up, Tyler nuked a bowl of mac and cheese.
Hey, you want some?
Nah. I was sick of mac and cheese. Wish we had steak.
2 boxes left.
Tyler stood at the microwave and motioned toward the hall with his fork.
Pick one. Maybe you'll get lucky.
I picked the larger of the 2 remaining boxes. I delivered it in a swanky neighborhood, but sometimes swanky neighborhoods, well, they could be deceiving. Sometimes they got good stuff like electronics, but a lot of time it was just fancy rich people stuff like decorative pillows and personalized dog beds. Those things didn't even do well at our spot in the flea market. They usually ended up in the dumpster. Unless it was my grandmother's birthday, because Graham liked decorative pillows. Once, Tyler had scaled the wall behind a house in a gated community to snatch a box I had delivered to the head of an internet security company. The whole thing was filled with Pringles. I guess that rich dude
Pringles.
didn't want his neighbors to see him buying junk food at the grocery store. We ate those Pringles. They were good, but they weren't steak. I sliced through the paper packaging tape. The box contained 5 vinyl jazz records and a note saying they were all in mint condition and that the autograph on one of them had been authenticated. Big deal.
Sorry, man. Better luck next time.
Tyler wolfed down the rest of his mac and cheese and set his empty bowl in the sink.
I gotta get to work.
Watch out for assholes. The week of Halloween was hell on delivery drivers. All kinds of delinquents were out throwing eggs and smashing pumpkins. Shit, I almost hit a kid last week. But when I got out of the van to yell at the little hellraiser, I saw the kid had a sack of dried corn and was practicing the lost art of tic-tacking. So I let him off the hook.
Will do.
Tyler grabbed his hat, emblazoned with the Village Pizza logo, gave a quick 2-finger salute, and left. Alone, I poked through the cabinet we kept our food in. We had umpteen boxes of mac and cheese and a bag of stale pretzels. The fridge was barren, except for beer and a jar of olives. I ate a couple of the olives and had a beer. Last month we scored a turntable, which I now use to play one of the jazz records. I listened for a few moments before I started thumbing through my phone. While watching a chef on one of those cooking shows make a steak, I kept thinking I heard screaming. Who knew a trumpet could make a noise like that? Jazz was weird. The chef said to add
Jazz was
red wine to
weird.
the pan and let it reduce while the steak rested. It sounded so good. Next thing I knew, Tyler was shaking me awake.
Bryce. Bryce.
What?
You told me, man. You were crying in your sleep or something. It sounded like you were screaming.
I looked over at the record player. The needle was at the end of the record and kept skipping.
Anyway, here.
Tyler handed me a foil-wrapped sub.
Got you that steak you wanted.
It was still warm. Thanks. Tyler shrugged.
I know it's not the kind of steak you were talking about, but it'll have to do.
It would do just fine. But I had that feeling in my gut again. That feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was just hunger. That or rancid tequila? What do I owe you?
Nothing.
Tyler grabbed a beer for himself.
It, fell out of the bag of my last delivery.
He mommed air quotes as he said it. In the morning, I dressed in my uniform, chartreuse, reflective vest and all, and slapped the magnetic signs on the side of my van. Package delivery service. I'd bid on 3 routes and ended up with the one that included a neighborhood of cul-de-sacs. That made it harder for me and Tyler to do our thing, but if we managed to pull it off, we might score big. People in cul-de-sacs bought a lot of shit.
Cul-de-sacs.
Loaded up at the hub and headed out. By noon, I delivered 3 65-inch televisions. I used my burner phone to text Tyler the addresses of where I delivered the stuff that looked promising. We got new burners every week, just in case. At first, I worried that if too many packages were stolen on my route, the company would figure out I had something to do with it. It turned out, packages got stolen on every route, every day. Lots of them. Nobody cared. On my way out of the last cul-de-sac, I passed Tyler on his way in. Now that was cutting it a little close. I usually like to be out of sight before Tyler started pinching, so we didn't get caught together on one of those damn doorbell cameras. I looked in my rearview mirror, and I saw Tyler get out of the car and pull something over his head. What the hell was he doing? He was supposed to blend in or bug out. Instead, he looked like he was about to rob a bank. I had 3 more stops to make along a lonely old road behind the development. When I was a kid, we called it the road to hell. The other kids used to say that some people who drove on it got snatched by an old witch and never returned.
Snatched.
Judging by the number of burnouts and donut marks on the asphalt, plenty of people drove the road, and apparently none were police. It was getting dark, which made it harder to find driveways and house numbers, especially if people didn't have outside lights. Cornfields rose up on either side of the road, and since the stalks were dry, they made an eerie scraping noise when they rustled in the breeze. A black cat ran out in front of the van. I sped up, but the cat moved its ass out of the way. The GPS lady spoke up.
Your destination is on the left.
I didn't see a house. I slowed and kept my eyes peeled, but still nothing. Man, I must have passed the address. I turned around and backtracked for half a mile, but the only thing I saw was an old mailbox on the other side of the road. There were no other cars around. In fact, I hadn't seen one the whole time I've been traveling the road to hell. That didn't bother me. You know what? Actually, it helped. I dumped the package at the base of the mailbox, shot a picture of it with my phone, then marked it delivered and carried it right back to the van. As I drove off, that weird feeling I had last night, well, followed me. I felt dizzy for a minute. Maybe I was getting sick. Heck, maybe I'd swallowed the worm from that tequila and I was hallucinating or something. I didn't bother texting Tyler with my last 2 deliveries. And when I got home, he was already there waiting. He had so many boxes crammed in our tiny apartment, which was really just a big room above a 2-car garage, and it looked like Christmas morning. Tyler, man, this is too many. We're gonna get caught.
Nah, relax, douchebag. They're not all from your route.
Where are they from?
That cul-de-sac development was a gold mine.
Yeah, well, most of them have cameras too, you know. My stomach rolled. Did you keep your eye out for them?
That's the beauty of Halloween.
Tyler stood up and pulled something out of his back pocket. It was the rubber demon mask. He pulled it over his head.
All of those houses were decorated for Halloween. I blended right in.
My bad feeling grew.
Come on.
Tyler flicked open his pocket knife and held it out to me.
You can go first. I'll get the tequila.
Ugh. I picked up a small square box since I've been burned by the larger ones lately. Good things came in small packages, right? I slit the tape and opened the box. There was a hand inside.
Oh, cool.
Tyler grabbed the hand.
Oh, it's squishy, like the fingers.
I looked at the box and saw that skull and crossbones on the return address. It's from the same place. I pushed the hair out of my eyes and frowned at the company's address. It was somewhere along the road where I'd made my last few deliveries today. I didn't remember seeing any businesses there. Tyler put the hand in the window with the other Halloween decorations.
Okay.
I had an appetite that only hands would satisfy. Carl!
I handed Tyler the knife.
What is wrong with you, Carl?
What are you, 7? It's 8:30.
I just couldn't shake that odd, unsettled feeling I'd had since yesterday. In fact, it was getting worse. I had the overwhelming feeling that something terrible was about to happen, but couldn't figure out what it was.
Oh, you gonna find out.
In the morning, Tyler ripped away the curtain separate my air mattress from the rest of the apartment.
Dude, we made the news.
He held his phone out for me to see. Demon porch pirate haunts Crestwood Heights. The local news had posted the pithy headline with a fuzzy picture from a security camera of Tyler in the rubber mask. Shit. I sat up and raked the hair out of my eyes.
Shit, what? Read the article. They don't know who it is. I'm the demon porch pirate. I'm like an urban legend or something.
I checked my phone. I was late for bidding, and the only routes still available were in Center City, where parking was a bitch. Fuck.
What's wrong now?
I don't want to work today. Something smelled. I stuck my nose down the neck of my t-shirt to make sure it wasn't
Oh,
me.
hi, Spotty. I just recognized who that was.
Tyler motioned to the middle of the room.
I opened everything last night. And look.
He retrieved a disgusting mask.
It's from that place with the cool decorations.
The mask looked both rubbery and leathery. It had scars and lifelike zits. The holes for the eyes were jagged, and the neck was baggy and frayed looking. What are you gonna do with it?
It's yours.
He tossed it to me.
Put it on.
Ew, what for? I held the mask out and looked at it. It felt exactly like it looked. The scalp had hair that looked real, too. Must have been expensive.
Oh,
You and
yeah,
me,
sure.
the Demon Porch Pirates.
I don't know.
Look,
Tyler called up another article on his phone.
that cul-de-sac is all decorated for Halloween, right? Like there's stuff on every house.
I leaned closer and took a whiff. The smell wasn't Tyler either. So?
So, they're having a decorating contest. And tonight, they're having a block party. People are gonna go from house to house to pick a winner. Do you know how much stuff will probably get delivered today?
Yeah, but it'll all be decorations.
You don't know that. Who orders one crummy thing? You know people hate to pay for shipping.
That was true.
And block parties have food, right? Maybe somebody will get a box of those steaks from Nebraska.
My stomach growled. The cheesesteak Tyler brought home the other night was good, but wasn't exactly the T-bone I'd been craving.
Come on. Let's put on these masks and go pillage and plunder.
They're
After,
gonna
we'll
send
hawk
him
some
a
stuff and go out for a nice steak
a
dinner.
human steak in the
Kind
mail.
where you get a baked potato to go with it.
My stomach growled louder. It was like the more I thought about it, the more I craved sinking my teeth into a nice, juicy piece of meat. Plus, anything was better than making deliveries in Center City. Fine.
Yes!
Tyler pumped his fist.
Try it on before we go.
I put the mask on and looked in the mirror. It was horrifying. I didn't even recognize my own eyes looking back at me. The uneasy feeling I've been struggling with for the past few days crept up and grabbed me by the throat. I heard a terrible ringing in my ears. It sounded like 1,000 screams, or that weird jazz. Maybe it was because I decided to skip work. I didn't do that a lot, since I was such a hard worker, but they could do without me for a day, right? My stomach gurgled. Man, I really wanted that steak.
Good? You ready?
He's gonna eat the hand.
I guess. But you gotta clean that mac and cheese bowl you left in the sink. I think it's starting to smell. We dressed in black and took my van minus the magnetic signs. Tyler was right. We passed delivery trucks from 3 different outfits on the main road through the development. Apparently, every family in the cul-de-sac was trying to outdo their neighbors and win the big decorating contest. But to maintain houses like these, you needed 2 incomes. So during the day, everyone was at work. There may have been a few nannies or housekeepers around, but they were all busy nannying and keeping house. I knew I was complicit in our scheme, but I wasn't the one who snatched packages on the daily. I'd always been too afraid of getting caught. But you know what, that mask, it made me feel invincible. When I wore it, the uneasy feeling I'd been battling raced through me like rocket fuel, giving me speed and power. The screams I'd been hearing sounded like encouragement. We canvassed that neighborhood and took everything we could carry. Once, I even looked directly into one of the doorbell cameras. I wanted my picture on the news, too. I liked the idea of being an urban legend. It was like being a superhero, but cooler. On the way back to the
Listen to
van,
this
my
guy.
arms full of boxes, a black cat stood in my path. Shit.
What?
Tyler clomped along beside me.
Yeah, it's a cat. Kick it or something.
It's not that.
What then?
I think I know that cat.
This
It
is
was
like
a
taking
basic black
packages from a
cat,
baby, which is
For
fine
some
by
reason,
me.
I couldn't put my finger on. I thought it was the same cat I saw run out of the cornfield on the road to hell yesterday. He has green eyes.
A lot of cats have green eyes.
Tyler kicked a rock at the cat and it ran off. The van was filling up. I rolled the door shut. You think anyone called the cops yet?
The cops don't do shit about porch pirates. They tell people to file a claim with the carrier and they get their money back. They don't have time for victimless crimes.
That was comforting. Or what now? I was thinking about my steak again. Are we done?
It's early, and we still have room in the van. Let's hit one more cul-de-sac.
We decided on the cul-de-sac at the top of the hill, which was the most secluded. There were fewer houses there and lots of big old trees. Every house in that particular cul-de-sac went all out with decorations.
Cul-de-sac.
There were orange and purple spotlights, fog machines, and motion-activated werewolves that howled when you approached. But the best decorations were on a big old white house that looked like it was a Halloween house, even without the decorations. It had a square turret and those attic windows in the shape of eyebrows. The whole place was surrounded by a black metal fence. The gate squeaked when Tyler pushed it open. Jack-o'-lanterns lined the walkway leading to the front porch. On the porch itself, 2 rocking chairs flanked the front door. One chair rocked very slowly. In it sat a cloaked figure that looked like the Grim Reaper holding a scythe. That rocking made it feel like the figure was a real person. Shoot, I guess we know which house is gonna win the prize for decorating. Tyler gawked.
If not, they're gonna win the prize for getting the most stuff delivered.
There were at least 6 boxes on the front porch. 3 were boxes that showed what was inside: an expensive mountain bike, the latest gaming system, and a set of cookware that television chef who was making the steak endorsed.
It's bait.
We
It's
slipped
bait.
through the gate and headed up the walk.
You won't get
That
snatched.
black cat from before slunk out from behind the mountain bike and sat in the middle of the porch. I stopped dead in my tracks.
Come on, douchebag.
Tyler gave me a shot to the back of the shoulder.
Let's get this shit and go.
The cat simply sat there among the packages and watched. A scream started in the back of my mind, and I tried to push it away. I started sweating under the mask. It caused a stench that made me gag. Uneasy feeling, it morphed, and I could finally identify it as sheer, unadulterated terror. I began trembling uncontrollably. I was not cut out for pinching boxes.
Just grab it.
As I reached for the cookware, the Grim Reaper stood. And then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying in the bed of a moving pickup truck, looking up at the night sky. The black cat sat on my chest, its green eyes boring into mine. Tyler lay next to me. I tried to speak, but no words came out. I tried to sit up, but I couldn't move. There were no streetlights where we were, no traffic. I concentrated on what I could hear. Besides the truck, I heard a loud rustling. I managed to raise my head just enough to catch a glimpse on the horizon. Coleman. Once I saw it, the rustling noise made sense. Suddenly I knew exactly where we were. On the road to hell. The next time I came to, Tyler and I were lying side by side on metal tables. A bright light shone in my eyes and a strong-smelling antiseptic assaulted my nostrils. My stomach wasn't churning anymore. It was hollowed out. I was scared shitless.
Bryce, can you hear me?
I made a noise. At least, I thought I did.
Where are we, man?
I tried to sit up. This time I had control over my muscles, but my arms and legs were chained to the metal table. As I fought against my shackles, the metal-on-metal sound echoed in the empty room. It was big, like a warehouse.
Welcome.
Who's that? Who's there?
The woman stood over us, She was dressed in a hooded black cloak. The Grim Reaper from the house with the cookware. I tried to look at her, but her face was a gaping hole, a yawning abyss. She stepped on something that made a clicking noise, and the table began to raise me into a sitting position. She raised Tyler up next. We faced a white wall emblazoned with a familiar skull and crossbones logo. Retribution Designs, Inc.
Hey, this is the place that makes the good decorations.
The black cat wove around the woman, whose face I still hadn't seen clearly. That uneasy feeling is part of my being now. The screams, the jazz record that played on repeat in my head. The woman picked up a long knife and raked it against a sharpening steel. I looked at the wall to my left. At first glance, it looked like an inventory of Halloween decorations. Things became clearer with every rasp of the knife. I saw 2 fully intact skeletons, a shelf full of hands of all different colors and sizes, bowls of fingers.
A shelf full of hands.
Another shelf was lined with masks, like the ones we wore to steal packages in the cul-de-sac. Each was different, with different hair and different scars and imperfections. The masks had been stretched over featureless foam heads made of white styrofoam. Graham had one just like it at her house. She kept her wig on it.
What's going on? Are you gonna let us go or what?
You took something that didn't belong to you. And now it's time for retribution.
No, man. We'll give it back. Just tell us what was in your package. Fuck it. We'll give them all back.
The woman brought the knife down and severed Tyler's finger. Tyler screamed and passed out. I watched her drop Tyler's finger into a bowl of some foul liquid, swish it around, and dry it off. Every time Tyler came to, she chopped off another finger. When she had 4 all cleaned and dried, she dumped them in a box and sealed it up. She honed her knife and turned to me.
And you, Mr. Delivery Driver? You're a two-faced thing, aren't you? Leaving packages, only to arrange for them to be stolen.
My eyes cut to the table where the box of Tyler's fingers sat. The woman had 4 more boxes prepared and 2 styrofoam heads. She pricked the skin on my neck with the tip of her knife. It burned like a hot poker. The black cat jumped up on the table for a closer look and licked its lips.
That's right, Shiva.
She slid the knife under my cheek, the fire spreading as she separated the skin from the flesh.
You'll have steak tonight.
I opened my mouth and realized the blood-curdling screams I'd heard all week had been my own.
That one was pretty cool. I liked that one.
WNSP will return after a word from our sponsors. You want longer episodes, no ads, and lots of bonus content? Find out more at sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com. You know those news reports you hear every year at this time? The ones about kids getting cannabis edibles in their Halloween candy? Yeah, sure. We all know no one gives away weed at Halloween, especially if it's from this episode's sponsor, IndaCloud. IndaCloud isn't just another cannabis brand, it's a fully legal online dispensary that's already moved over 10 million gummies, mountains of exotic flower, and enough pre-rolls to impress Snoop himself. Looking for a better sleep? They've got a gummy for that.
Want a light social buzz without tipping into chaos? Easy. Need something with a little more kick? That's where the Beast Mode collection comes in. Potent enough to impress seasoned pros, still legal and predictable. And if flour's your thing, they do $70 ounces all year long. That's 28 grams if you're curious. No flash sales, no gimmicks, just an actually good deal. Whatever your vibe is, from quiet porch nights, book-in-hand afternoons, or a weekend hang with the friends, IndaCloud's got a match that's tested, trusted, and delivered right to your door. If you're 21 or older, treat yourself by going to indacloud.co. Use code NOSLEEP for 30% off your first order, plus free shipping. That's indacloud.co, code NOSLEEP for 30% off, free shipping, and a better mood showing up right to your door. Take their quick survey when you order to support this show. And thanks IndaCloud for making Halloween feel a little lighter. Now back to WNSP's presentation of the No Sleep Podcast. It's hard to believe, but some people don't like Halloween. Some people feel it's important to warn children about the dangers of trick-or-treating, witches, and pumpkins. And believe it or not, some even made a cautionary cartoon about it. And in this tale, shared with us by author Lisselle Jones, we meet Eric, who finds himself stuck in a small town with a theater showing a cartoon he remembers from his youth. A cartoon with a very real warning about All Hallows Eve. Performing this tale are David Alt, Ash Millman, Erica Sanderson, and Jake Benson. So perhaps this tale will make you think twice about Halloween, just like the cartoon called Treats for Sinners.
This is a commission for Casey of his 3 characters. Just getting the line work done for it right now.
Being stuck in Olsham over Halloween felt like a bad joke. I'd grown up in a village a few miles away, and we'd always been warned that the larger town was a bad, scary place, so I mostly stayed away in my youth. After I'd seen more of the world, though, I realized what an exaggeration that was. Olsham was hardly Sin City. Having said that, it hadn't exactly improved over the years, and its intimidating reputation must have been ingrained, as I'd felt uneasy since I'd arrived. To be honest, it added a bit of spice to my dull job. I work for a company that surveys older concrete buildings and travel all over. Olsham's Arts Centre was a typical modernist slab at risk of deterioration, and layers of quick fixes had turned what should have been a one-day job into 2. My manager actually congratulated me on the extra work as if I'd created it myself, commenting I was finally showing some promise. When I rang my girlfriend to give her the news, she made her usual joke about behaving myself whilst I was away, which just made the upcoming night of lonely boredom even more gloomy. I'd lost touch with everyone in the area, so there was 0 chance of misbehavior that drizzly October evening, even if I was that way inclined. Reluctant to return to the budget hotel, I decided to check whether anything interesting was on at the centre's cinema. I'd guessed there'd be some horrors for Halloween. Not really my thing, but better than spending an evening avoiding troublemakers around town or picking at a supermarket salad on my hotel bed. My heart sank as I eyed the listing. In typical Arts Centre style, they weren't playing anything mainstream. No wonder the place was empty. Their program was called Lost and Found Halloween Media. Most of the titles meant nothing to me. Crybaby Lane, The Faces of Halloween, The Vampira Show. But one did kindle a tingle of nostalgia. Treats for Sinners. A smile broke out on my face. Wasn't that weird cartoon we'd been shown at school? It was intended as a warning against trick-or-treating, which locals were worried was becoming increasingly antisocial. I recalled it starred a couple of anthropomorphic animals, Lapsy, a naive lamb, and Kid, a teenage goat sporting a leather jacket and an earring. The height of rebellion. They wandered the streets on Halloween, Kid goading Lapsy into trouble, and they eventually encountered the devil or something. The film's anti-Halloween message predictably had the opposite effect, and its dated, semi-religious vibe just encouraged my classmates to be more mischievous.
Plenty of seats left for Treats for Sinners. Starts in 5 minutes.
I turned to the desk. A pretty young woman with curly hair stood behind it. It's really not my thing.
We're throwing in a free candy bucket with every ticket tonight, if that helps.
She gestured at a pyramid of plastic containers filled with assorted confectionery. I try to avoid refined sugar. She shook her head with a hint of pity.
I'll be honest with you. The centre's struggling and the sale would really help.
She smiled and I relented, dug out my bank card. When she turned to process the payment, I had to stop my gaze trailing down her back. She was almost young enough to be my daughter. Well, obviously not my daughter, but the daughter of someone around my age. Hell, she could well be the offspring of someone I went to school with. Having thought about it, her curly chestnut hair did remind me of, Megan Calshaw.
Here's your ticket.
Her words snapped me out of my reverie. Thanks. For a moment, I considered asking her if she was related to my old girlfriend, but decided that'd be creepy and just pocketed the ticket.
Oh, don't forget your candy bucket.
I hesitated.
Oh, treat yourself. It's Halloween.
I shrugged, took one, and entered the darkened auditorium. The vast room had been revamped since I'd visited decades ago, now a tiered amphitheater instead of rows of folding chairs. There was only one other person, an older guy sitting up front. I shuffled to the middle, sat and took a chew from the bucket whilst I waited. The lights dimmed and I started as the screen lit up. It was much larger than I expected. It stretched up to the dizzying ceiling and was also curved like it was embracing the audience. I jolted again as an out-of-tune fanfare blared and a huge jack-o'-lantern filled the screen, a literal inferno blazing behind its jagged eye holes and mouth. Words materialized. Treats for Sinners, a Halloween cautionary tale. The title remained on screen much longer than it should have. The last note of the tune kept ringing uncomfortably, and it felt like the jack-o'-lantern was staring back at me, my face flushing as if the flames were real. A notice at the bottom read, "All rights reserved," that's R-I-T-E-S, Research Institute for Morality and Development, followed by a string of characters that looked like Roman numerals at first glance, but included letters like W and J and mystical symbols. Before I could finish reading, it transitioned into the first scene. Lapsy and Kid were skipping down a street of classic haunted-looking houses, accompanied by off-key cartoon music. The film was mainly that 1930s Disney/Cuphead type animation, but some parts had a different style, giving it an unsettling quality. The sky was computer-generated, filled with drifting tawny clouds and a rotating yin-yang moon. What looked like cut-out photos of real people occasionally popped up in houses' windows. Kid winked at Lapsy and produced a basket of eggs. He grabbed a handful and drew back his hoof to throw them at a house. Lapsy looked terrified. It came back to me. We jokingly repeated that catchphrase after we originally saw the movie. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid stuck out his tongue and flung the eggs. They smashed into a window with a cut-out old man behind it. He shook his fist at the absconding pair and I laughed again.
Well, this is the Halloween 2025 special of the No Sleep podcast, so they all center around Halloween. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was like another sort of thing that tied them all together.
You think that's funny?
The guy in the front row stood up and turned to me. What? He reached for the back of his head, peeled off something yellow, white and sticky, then dropped it to the floor, which was strewn with candies.
I didn't. You're acting like a child. I'm going to fetch management and have you thrown out.
He stomped towards the exit. I stared after him. Had his angry face resembled the one in the cartoon window? Then I looked in my candy bucket. It was half empty, even though I was sure I'd only eaten one. And normally I'd have chased after the guy to apologize or simply left from embarrassment, but I was strangely enjoying the film, so I sat back and delved into the bucket. Wow, I didn't think they made those anymore. A fake candy cigarette. Or was it? I rumpled
That was
my
Crybaby
nose.
Lane
It
real? That's
smelled
neat.
And felt like a real cigarette. I'd given up smoking years ago, but gotta admit, I missed it at times. I dug around the bucket again. What the? There were real matches in there amongst the chewy worms and skull-shaped gumballs. Ridiculously, I was briefly tempted to light up, but forced my attention back to the screen instead. Kid was leading Lapsy into a dark alleyway. A banner with Halloween Dance printed on it hung at the far end, and a door underneath bulged rhythmically to EDM. The film must have been decades old, but the music sounded current. Was this the same version I'd seen? It didn't make sense, but I was too engrossed to think clearly. Lapsy shook his head nervously, but before he could bleat, "That's bad," Kid butted him through the door. Inside was a buzzing nightclub illuminated by red laser lights and filled with masked dancers gyrating in a sea of jack-o'-lantern patterned balloons. Kid bucked Lapsy to the middle of the dance floor, then coolly leant back against a wall. He lit a cigarette and grinned as a cartoon girl sashayed over to Lapsy. I couldn't believe she'd have been in the original film, a cross between Betty Boop and some kind of adult anime character, exaggerated curves barely concealed by a skimpy cowskin costume, complete with horns and swishing tail. She span around and began grinding against a shocked Lapsy. The bucket in my lap suddenly felt heavier and warmer. It started to throb against me in time with Cowgirl's moves.
What?
On-screen sweat sprayed out of Lapsy's face as he fought his urges. I wasn't sure if the words had come from Lapsy or me as I switched back to the auditorium. I was horrified to find myself slumped in the seat, cigarette between my lips, hands gripping the armrest as the bucket pulsated on my groin.
What?
I slapped it off and spat out the cig. As I stamped it out, I swore I saw a tail and a pair of humps flatten into the container's base. As I readied myself to get up, I sensed someone nearby.
I'm afraid we've had a complaint.
The woman from the ticket desk stood at the end of my aisle. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure what came over me. Look, I'd better leave. She stepped over and sat next to me.
That's not necessary.
Her eyes glinted in the dark.
This film's been known to have an effect. I've watched it a few times myself.
I glanced at the screen. Lapsy was running down a never-ending stairway in the club's basement, pursued by Kid and the cowgirl. I turned back to the woman. I saw it when I was at school.
It must have made quite an impression.
I guess so.
It seems to especially stir up people who saw it originally. I've been curious to see how it'd go down on Halloween.
Sorry you don't have a full house.
Huh. That's not unusual. But I'd hoped the movie would spark more interest given it was only ever screened locally.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the so-called research institute that made it was apparently based in Horsham. They were hit with some controversy, and the film got censored. Subversive subliminal imagery was the official reason, but we decided it was time to let people make up their own minds again. What do you think?
I looked at the screen. As Lapsy breathlessly reached the bottom of the steps, the shot zoomed out, revealing a massive cavern beneath the club, lit by CGI lightning and flames. The stairs ended at the entrance to a dark hedge maze. On the other side, there was a scruffy garden signposted Satan's Backyard, strung with happy Halloween flags where vintage-style black cats and skeletons cavorted around a blackened, thorny tree. A red-pink pixelated shape squirmed in its branches. It looked more like censored live action than animation. Something about the image sickened me to the core. I jerked my head away, rubbed my lips as if I'd tasted something disgusting. It's darker than I remember, like it's rotted over time. She smiled.
That can happen.
I think there was a creepy garden in this scene, but nothing like that.
Interesting. My colleague found patterns of gaps in the frames and audio. Believe they were designed to let each viewer's subconscious fill the blanks.
Sounds too clever for a cartoon made in Olsham.
Quite possibly. Do you remember how it ends?
I scrunched my eyelids, trying to recall, but it was like my brain had blocked it out. I believe Lapsy gets tempted to sign away his soul to the devil or something?
And does he?
I think he resisted. An on-screen lightning flash illuminated her smile.
You do have a choice, Eric. You can look away. You could even leave the theatre. Or you can stay and watch. To the end. With me.
She placed her hand on my thigh.
Why don't you stop denying yourself?
I glanced down, then back at her face and gasped. In the half-light, she looked even more like Megan Cowshaw. I struggled. I fought, feeling like I was tearing myself in two. I almost reached for her. Almost. I'd better leave. She pulled back, scorn pouring from her face. The same kind of disappointment I'd sensed from Megan all those years ago, when I tried to be the nice guy and not pushy like the other boys I thought she'd complained about.
If you're leaving now, then you should go that way.
She scowled at a door under a red light by the screen. At the time, I didn't question why she directed me there or how she knew my name. I was just relieved I decided to leave. As I stood, I caught a glimpse of the movie. Lapsy was slipping into the maze as Kid and the cowgirl nearly caught him. Deliberately not looking back at the woman, I hastened towards the exit, averting my gaze from the movie as panic, bleats and gasps started to stream from it. I pushed through the door, let it slam behind me, muffling the disturbing sounds. The space was pitch black, except when flickers of light spilled around the doorway. What the... A thorny hedge towered in front of me, blackened and burned. It stretched endlessly in both directions. I backed away and fumbled for a door handle. I couldn't find one and turned around. I desperately pawed the surface, but it felt completely flat and looked unreal, as if it had been drawn. Red lights flashed around the door and the movie's soundtrack got louder, terrified, tortured cries. Something began to beat the other side, accompanied by animalistic laughter. The door swelled like it was about to burst open. I span around, looked at the hedge again. I decided to run in the direction past the screen towards the back of the building. As I sprinted away, I heard the door tear like a sheet of paper, followed by clattering hooves and grunts. It was almost impossible to navigate the maze. It alternated between total blackness and ever dimmer flashes of light as I distanced from the door. My face and palms were gripped by thorns at every turn. The cartoons, sounds echoed everywhere, screams and slashing noises that shot vile images through my mind. The clopping hooves kept chasing, and I occasionally glimpsed furious, bloodshot eyes peering through gaps in the singed thorns. The pursuit felt ceaseless. I almost gave up, but saw a sliver of light ahead and raced towards it. The cartoon's sickening soundtrack got louder as I approached, and I slowed down. Shit, no! The light pulsed from a tall, thin gap and revealed that I'd reached a dead end. Under the booming audio, I heard the footsteps get closer. I plunged my fist into the thorns to push them aside, but didn't have any effect. I lost all feeling in my hand as if it had vanished into some kind of boundary. I withdrew my arm and looked back. Horned, elongated shadows approached. The gap with the light seemed too narrow for me, and the sound coming from it was deafening, but out of desperation I thrust in my shoulder. Turned out the surface to my front was some kind of flexible sheet, and I was able to squeeze myself into the space. As I shuffled sideways past metal struts, the illuminated sheet clung to my fingers, got sucked into my mouth as I breathed. The vibrating surface behind me pummeled my back with every burst of distorted soundtrack, and bright flashes stung my eyes. I realized I must have somehow ended up back in the cinema, between the back of the screen and the speakers. I pushed the screen, scratched it with my fingernails, and managed to tear a slit. Light burst through. As my eyes adjusted, I could see into the theater. I screamed. I saw myself sitting in the auditorium with the woman. We were laughing and joking. She pulled a marker from her jacket and used it to scribble a devilish beard on her chin and horns on her forehead.
Okay.
Then she held up a piece of paper with contract written on it in comically large letters before offering the pen to the other me. I found myself quivering and shaking my head. Stop! That's bad! Other me glanced in my direction with a snide grin before accepting the pen. I clawed the screen again as he gleefully drew horns and facial hair on himself. I pushed the screen, stretched it towards the seats, digging my fingers into the hole I'd made. Other me reached for the contract. Stop! That's bad! As other me's fingers moved closer to the document, his head swiveled repeatedly between it and me in an exaggerated, wide-eyed manner. Was he going to tear it up? Or sign it? Tear it? Or sign it? I finally punched through the screen. As it ripped, the projector switched off, hurling the room into near blackness and silence. I dragged myself through the tear and fell into the auditorium. It looked empty. I scrambled to the seat where I'd sat and dug through the candies littering the ground. I found a piece of paper and held it to the dim floor lights. It was the contract, signed but torn in half. As I pondered what that meant, the projector flickered back to life and I turned to look. The cartoon cats and skeletons pranced in a circle, chugging from pumpkin-shaped goblets. The tree and its occupant were positioned on the torn section of the screen, but I caught glimpses of something through the hole. It was struggling. I picked up a cigarette and a match as I watched. The cats and skeletons exploded gorily, transforming into a horde of imps that belonged to a hellish medieval painting. They swarmed and disappeared into the hole. Lapsy bleat in terror over squelching, hooling sounds. I lit up, then tossed the match at the screen. Flames bloomed, revealing what hung behind the gap. A skinned body, the legs twitched uselessly, human toes crammed between its cloven hooves. Drops of yellow grease or piss trickled down the limbs, hitting the fire with a sizzle. Goodbye, fucking weed. Above the mess, half of Lapsy's skinless face screamed on a sagging flap. Next to it, the screen clung over another half-face that mouthed in quiet agony. I doubted this was the original ending, but I preferred it. I tucked the contract into my pocket and exited the auditorium. The reception area was empty. Pity. I would have liked to have seen more of that girl. Still, the night was young. Who knows what might happen? I checked my reflection in a window. The horns, the goatee, the look really suited me. Grinning, I opened the door and looked out at Alsham in all its glory on All Hallows Eve. The rundown square teemed with gangs of masked youths looking for trouble. Couples in fancy dress tumbled out of bars and takeouts, drunkenly fighting or fondling each other. I didn't know what people had against this place. It was my kind of town. With a spring in my step and a blaze in my soul, I bounded onto the street.
That got so goofy towards the end. What?
Whether it's how you decorate, the costumes you wear, or the tricks you play on others, we all have our own familiar traditions around Halloween.
I think...
Do you only hand out a certain kind of candy?
I think he sold his soul over.
On that one special string?
I'm not sure on that one.
So many great ways for Halloween fun. But in this tale, shared with us by author Nicholas O. Thomas, we meet two boys with their own Halloween routine, one that gets horrifyingly interrupted. Performing this tale are Jeff Clement, Ellie Hirschman, Reagan Tacker, and Danielle McCrae. So we hope your spooky routines are fun and festive, because they're important, those Halloween traditions.
I bet you half a bag of candy I could do it again this year.
Levi is my best friend. We've been best friends since our first year in elementary school, and we're in 6th grade now. Since the 3rd grade, it's been our tradition to go out together for trick-or-treating on Halloween. No parents, no other friends, just the two of us. And Levi always finds a way to surprise me each year. I'll take that bet. There's no way you'll do it 3 years in a row. It's just not possible.
You're so on.
Levi shot me a mischievous grin, then pulled his mask down over his face. This would also be the 3rd year in a row in which we wore the ghost face mask from the Scream movies. I'm a little jealous of him about those movies because my mom says I'm still not old enough to watch them, though Levi's parents let him watch anything. However, I have seen some of the second Scream while at Levi's house, getting ready to go out trick-or-treating. I grinned back at him as I put on my own mask. I chose to go out tonight as a cliched bank robber, complete with black pants, boots, and a black and white striped shirt, topped with a black beanie and a face mask that goes over my eyes.
You always choose the lamest costumes.
Oh yeah? At least I find a different costume every year. Ghostface is getting old, dude.
Whatever.
I was certain he was still grinning under that mask. He abruptly turned and moved to the front door. Before I knew it, his empty black pillowcase of a candy bag followed behind him and out of sight. I picked up my white pillowcase, on which I had crudely painted a large green dollar sign, and chased after him. "Levi, wait up!" I yelled, slamming the door in excitement as I left. We didn't take long to get halfway up the neighborhood. With how much ground the two of us covered trick-or-treating, one could consider it an Olympic sport. Most of these houses' owners have gotten to know us pretty well by now. They'd say something like, "Here's Ghostface. Mike and Levi, huh? How's the haul?" If Levi ever decides to change his costume, I don't think the townsfolk would know what to do with themselves. After about an hour, we came to a part of town we weren't as familiar with. We moved up the walkway of a lazily decorated house, neon green lights circling the front door with a single plastic skull hanging from the door handle.
This one's it, I bet.
Someone stood on the doormat, their back toward us. I couldn't tell if it was a really tall kid, a teenager maybe, or an adult who couldn't seem to let go of their childhood. As you got closer to the tall figure, I saw they were dressed like Ronald McDonald. "Hey, man." They turned to me with their large red smile and winked at us. The front door of the house opened, the plastic skull clinking against the doorframe.
Trick or treat.
Ooh, look at these costumes.
The elderly homeowner looked up at Ronald McDonald.
Aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating?
Age is just a concept, ma'am.
Amen to that.
With a cheek-splitting grin, the woman took 3 big handfuls of candy from her bucket, dropping a handful in each of our candy bags.
You kids be safe out there.
We each said thank you as she closed the door and started to walk back down the pavement.
Hey, you guys mind if I tag along with you?
I looked at Levi and shrugged. He shrugged back.
Sure, man. If you can keep up anyway.
Ronald laughed. It was a weirdly shrill and high-pitched laugh, which sent a cold shiver up my spine, and I became instantly discomforted by the guy. Levi just laughed back.
Race you guys to the next house.
He took off in a sprint, and the clown followed after. Seeing how unfazed Levi was by the clown's laugh, I shrugged it off and followed. After another successful hour of trick-or-treating, our bags were nearly full to the brim and had become difficult to carry. Hey, we should start heading back. Levi paused for a moment, seemingly in thought.
Yeah, my mom's probably gonna expect me home soon anyway.
Where do you guys live? I could walk back with you for a bit.
I looked at Levi and shook my head in short but quick turns. Either he didn't see it, or he chose to ignore me.
We live on Melody Drive. What about you?
Awesome. I live around there. We can all go back together.
I slumped my shoulders, and as we started to head back, I kept tossing suspicious glances at the clown. He didn't seem to notice, though, as he and Levi were locked in conversation about their favorite anime shows. About halfway through our hike, we came to the tree line of the small patch of woods in our town. Instead of turning to walk around it like Levi and I did, Ronald started to walk straight into the trees.
Hey, where are you going?
Ronald turned to look at us.
It's a shortcut. I thought you guys didn't want to get in trouble with your parents for being out so late.
Nah, screw that, man. We wouldn't see a thing in there.
Ronald held up a finger at him and then fished into his candy bag. His hand came out holding up a flashlight.
See? It's fine.
Levi scratched his head.
You just happen to have a flashlight on you?
Ronald McDonald laughed that weird, shrill laugh again.
Yeah, I go through here all the time, and I knew I'd be out after dark anyway. Just come on.
I still had my doubts, but I started to trust the clown guy a bit more throughout the night.
My instructor called one of my classmates gay for watching anime. What?
Whatever. I'm not afraid of the woods anyway.
That's
I walked
crazy.
Toward the clown in the trees. With how empty the streets had been, he'd had plenty of opportunities to try something with us earlier. You coming, Levi?
Nah, man, you're crazy. I'll see you back at my place. Maybe.
Your loss. Come on, Ron. It had only now occurred to me that I never got the clown's actual name, but at this point, I figured just calling him by his character was good enough. Levi shook his head, muttering something under his breath, and continued down the pavement. I took the lead as Ronald McDonald walked behind me, pointing the flashlight over my head in front of us. How far does this go on, anyway?
Not far. Veer left a little. We'll beat your friend home by like 20 minutes.
I brushed a stray branch out of my way. Awesome. I'd already started to regret this decision just on how much I was getting scraped up by these twigs. It was beginning to get cold. I tried to warm myself by wrapping my arms around me without dropping my candy bag, asking again how long this was going to take. But this time Ronald didn't say anything. I began to feel uneasy about his silence. The clouds parted in the sky, which flooded the woods with bright moonlight, though being more able to see around me did little to quell my rising unease. I pushed another swath of branches out of my way and saw that we had come to a small clearing. At first, I felt some relief standing in this small circle, clear of the poking and prodding sticks and brush. But my heart sank as soon as I noticed the large shovel sticking out of the ground in front of me.
All right, Mike. I'm gonna need you to start digging.
I jumped away from him and spun to face him. At some point, he had pulled something else from his candy bag. A knife. The knife glinted like silver in the pale moonlight, and it was so long that a part of me wondered if it would be classified more as a short sword than a knife. What? I couldn't think of anything to say. Ronald's eyes grew wide and bulged in their sockets.
Dig, Mike! Dig! Or I'll fucking cut your goddamn face off!
Then he kicked me with one red heavy boot. I fell against the upright shovel, bruising my back as the tool and I fell to the dirt.
Get up. Get the fuck up, you little bitch.
Every part of my body was quivering, and I worried my feet weren't going to listen to me. After what felt like several minutes, I finally rose to my feet, the shovel clenched in my hands. I thought about charging at the clown with the shovel, but he was pretty certain I'd still lose that fight. He was so much bigger than me, and I assumed faster than me, and before I knew it, I would have that giant knife stabbing into my head. Tears began to run down my cheeks as I pressed the shovel into the ground.
Are you fucking crying? Seriously?
I didn't say anything. He looked at my tears glinting in the moonlight, and he released another freakish, high-pitched laugh.
What a fucking baby. How are you this much of a bitch?
I still said nothing, and aside from the occasional "hurry up, bitch" from the clown, he didn't say much either. I don't know how much time had passed, but eventually I was in a hole that reached almost up to the top of my head. I could barely see Ronald McDonald's face as he grinned down at me. I kicked the shovel into the moist soil at my feet, and as I did so, I heard a gross, squelching sound. It reminded me of last Halloween when Levi had stomped hard on a pumpkin. I looked up from my hole and saw the once grinning and bug-eyed face of Ronald McDonald had gone dull, unresponsive, and numb. A string of bloody drool oozed out of his mouth as his eyes lulled upward. He fell forward. Standing in his place was Levi, holding a large and jagged rock that glistened crimson red under the fading moon. I started to scramble out of the hole I had dug myself into. As I emerged, I saw Levi climb on the clown's back. He raised the rock up and brought it down again. Once, twice, 3 more times he did so, the gut-wrenching, squishing sounds becoming less and less solid with each blow.
What the hell took you so long?
Levi stood up, took off his mask, and flashed a toothy grin at me.
Sorry, bro.
He shrugged.
I didn't want him to hear me coming, so I hung back a bit. You were hard to find in here. But hey, I found you. And I did it again this year. I think you owe me half your bag of candy.
I shook my head in disbelief. 3 years in a row, man. One of these days you're gonna get caught.
Yeah, maybe. But you can't deny this one at least deserved it. But I'm at least not getting caught this time. Thanks for digging that hole, man.
I burst into laughter, fresh tears running down my cheeks. Fuck you, man.
Seriously, bro. Mind giving me a hand?
We rolled the man dressed as Ronald McDonald into the freshly dug hole and
Well, there's your
buried him
answer.
in this secluded clearing in the woods. We made our way back to Levi's place and sorted through our haul for this year's Halloween. I admitted to Levi I felt a little used this time for our Halloween tradition, and Levi agreed it was a bit much, so he said to forget about giving him half my candy. We stayed up late, gorging ourselves on candy and watching Scream. It was a perfect evening, and I honestly couldn't wait to see what Levi came up with for next year's Halloween night.
Okay, that was kind of like one of the short stories from Trick or Treat with that twist.
It seems these days Halloween is an expensive holiday. With those pricey inflatable yard decorations, the pressure to give out full-sized candy bars, or those expensive detailed costumes, you gotta pay big to play big. But in this tale, shared with us by author Andrew Kozma, we meet a family who are struggling financially. The kids in their makeshift costumes hope for the best. Perhaps the lady in that decrepit old house can help them out. Performing this tale are Tanya Milosevic, Alante Baraket, Dan Zapula, and Marie Westbrook. So remember the spirits of the season. It's not about money, it's about being spooky. And the perfect place for that is the last house on the cul-de-sac.
Before we start that one, I do need to get up for a second. Here's how it's looking so far. I think the lines are done. Hopefully it's not Terrifier. Nah, it was Ronald. I'm sorry about the lag issues. Alrighty. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I believe the lag is from Twitch. It's even lagging on Orman's stream. Oh, that's weird. I'm sorry about that. Lighting change. Because we are about to attempt coloring this. But not before I furiously erase the pencil shavings on it. Or not, you know, the pencil lines. That is to say. My back hurts, to be honest. Yeah, again. That's how it's looking. And I'll get the spooky stories back.
Miss Kenzo's house was the last one on the block, the very middle of the cul-de-sac, with uninhabited houses to either side. The house on the right had burned down months ago at the end of the summer, and the house on the left sported a for sale sign stuck out front for so long the lettering had sun-faded. In the days before Halloween, my brothers and I had gone through the burned-out house, looking for anything we could use to make costumes. Our family, too poor this year to buy new ones. I'd taken a plastic cup full of ashes and a few bits of plastic and metal my mom said were cooking utensils, which is why I had ashes coating my hair and smeared over my face and arms.
Oh
and
yeah,
bits
I
of
should do
burnt
that.
Junk safety pinned to my ash-streaked white shirt. My black skirt and shoes were supposed to be invisible, so I'd be a ghost floating through the air. My brothers weren't any better. Bull, the younger one, doused his shoes in ashes and re-upped every so often, so a trail of his footsteps was left everywhere we went. He was a guilty
You can't see it at all.
arsonist. My older brother Nim put a cross on his forehead. And
Does
wouldn't
anyone like
stop
Jelly Belly
insisting
brand
it
or
was
jelly
Ash
beans?
Wednesday.
I don't
He
know
was
if I've tried
going
those.
as an unwitting time traveler. For whatever reason, the adults in the neighborhood took pity on us and filled our bags with candy regardless. Bull groaned right as we stopped in front of Miss Kenzo's house.
I'm sick of trick-or-treating.
You're only 9. You've got at least 5 years of candy left inside you.
I don't want candy left inside me.
Nim nudged him in the back.
Don't worry, I'll cut it out of you while you're sleeping.
Ms. Kenzo's house didn't have any cool animatronics or blow-up dragons that breathed fire-colored fabric and flapped their wings. No giant skeletons as tall as the house itself. Instead, there were cheap dollar store decorations scattered amongst the styrofoam gravestones with funny messages like, "Wish you were here," and "R.I.P. Stu D. L.I.V.R."
Oh, do they? That's cool.
I honestly couldn't remember if Ms. Kenzo ever took the decorations down, or if they were always up, month after month, and we just pretended like we couldn't see them. Nim leapt out onto the lawn.
Is that one of those singing fish?
Sure enough, the fake stuffed fish started singing, but so slowly and out of tune, it sounded more like dying.
I don't like it.
I put a hand on Bull's shoulder to comfort him, but he jerked away and walked over to Nim and the moaning fish. It made me sad, him wanting to grow up so fast. I didn't want to grow up at all. I think I was the only one of us who realized how miserable our parents were. I was the one who found the eviction notice on the floor, and I was the one who asked Mom what it meant. And I was the one who made Mom cry. I hadn't told my brothers, and I didn't think I ever would. "Come on," I said, forcing cheer into my voice. "You know Miss Kenzo gives the best treats." In the pit of my stomach, I felt like this was it for me and Halloween. This was it for me and all holidays.
Oh yeah, I've heard about the
but
Bean Boozled
especially
ones.
Halloween, where we are all supposed to pretend to be scared and
Nasty.
love it. In real life, I was actually scared and trying to ignore it. I walked up to knock on the door of Ms. Kenzo's house. Bull and Nim trailing behind me. The door opened when I hit it, revealing a dark entryway with a large, nearly empty bowl of candy just inside the door. Wrapped candy was scattered on the floor as if other kids had grabbed handfuls frantically, afraid of being yelled at for taking too much. At this hour, we were the dregs of the night. No one else in the cul-de-sac or on the street. I could hear people laughing, but it was echoing to us over the trees, and by the time it reached my ears, it sounded like a television rerun. Oppressive silence flowed out from Ms. Kinsey's house. It was the silence of the angry and the sad, and reminded me of home after our parents argued. Bull huddled behind me, pressing up so tight so his entire body was hidden. Even Nim felt it, hovering in the doorway but unwilling to reach through and grab the treats that were right there. They were right there. Full chocolate candy bars, bags of those gushy drops that tasted like sugared acid on the tongue. Even a few packets of candy cigarettes our parents had claimed weren't made anymore. There was something wet to the darkness in the house. My brothers were still as roaches with the lights on. I stepped forward to grab all the candy that was left, the entire bowl cradled in my arms, hurriedly tossing in all the candies that had fallen to the floor. My heart was racing, and Bull hissed in alarm or fear, and my lungs felt like they were full of cotton candy. And when I handed the bowl to Nim, he didn't take it, but just let the bowl bump up against his chest. They were looking at something. I turned and saw Miss Kenzo at the edge of the entryway.
Take it all. Enjoy it too, if that's what'll make you happy.
I'm sorry. Miss Kenzo's head was the only part of her that was clearly visible. She wasn't much older than Mom, but her face was scratched through with wrinkles anyway. In the shadows, her entire body seemed to slump, her bones curling like that pencil trick in the glass of water, bending ways they shouldn't bend. The bowl
Used to
of
play the
candy
Bean
was
Boozled
out
game
of
5th
my
grade.
arms now. I turned back and saw Bull and Nim on the far side of the porch, Nim carrying the candy bowl and motioning at me with his free hand. And I wanted to get out of there. I wanted to run. I did. I swear. But before I took a step, Ms. Kenzo spoke.
Do you want some hot chocolate?
Ooh,
I
hot
hesitated
chocolate.
for a moment. Yes. And then I followed her into that dark hall. And when I glanced back, the door was closed, and I hadn't closed it. I ended up in a dim kitchen, the 4-vane ceiling fan lighting the room with just one dirty bulb. Ms. Kenzo sat on the other side of a small round table. She pushed a steaming mug towards me, the marshmallows on top looking like Bull's baby teeth when they fell out all at once that one summer. I sat down at the table. The hot chocolate smelled like cake, but I couldn't get past those floating teeth.
What do you desire most in all the world?
Strings of saliva in Ms. Kenzo's mouth danced as she talked, delicate as cobwebs. I thought of my parents and my brothers, and the home that wasn't going to be our home any longer unless a miracle happened. Mom and Dad fighting all the time, Bull getting picked on in a new school, Nim retreating into his room and locking the door, refusing to talk to anyone not online.
What would you sacrifice to make that happen?
Her jaw snapped as she finished talking, reminding me of the ever-present mousetraps in the apartment we'd lived in before Mom and Dad could afford the house. The mug of hot chocolate was cold between my hands. The entire house was chilly, barely warmer than outside. Other than the fan's flickering light bulb, there weren't any other lights on. Not even displays for the oven or microwave. Anything. I finally answered. Suddenly, I was sitting in the dark. My heart pounded, and the air was damp like at an indoor pool. I stood up quickly, and the mug tipped over, its contents rattling out onto the table. I ran to the front door and yanked it open. It was pitch black outside, even the moon gone from the sky. Bull and Nim were long gone. I couldn't believe they'd left me. I ran home feeling hollower and hollower with every step I took, every house I passed. Halloween was over, and the world was dark and scary. Not because of some fantastical reason, but just because it was. I was terrified I'd never see my family again. But I could see them from the sidewalk when I reached home. All 4 of them, gathered in the brightly lit living room, still sorting the bowl of candy. The room was filled with expensive things we'd never been able to afford. A piano, a wraparound couch. Mom and Dad never looked so happy.
Come, nameless child.
Miss Kenzo grabbed a hold of my shoulder.
It's time to go.
I'll comment on those later, Casey. Those are very cute.
In our final Halloween tale, we meet a boy, Brandon, who loves Halloween. He loves being able to wear a mask and become whomever or whatever he wants.
I know, it's for the sake of chat.
Part of the Halloween night. But in this tale, shared with us by author Joshua J. Henry, Brandon and his friends stumble across a house promising the best treats inside. But we all know on this night, treats come paired with tricks. Performing this tale are Joel Blackwell, Matthew Bradford, Kyle Akers, Alonte Baraket, Dan Zapula, Ellie Hirschman, Jesse Cornett, Sarah Thomas, Graham Rowett, Peter Lewis, and Marie Westbrook. So don't worry, it's not a spoiler if I tell you Brandon makes it out of the house, because this tale is called Brandon Deck Has a Happy Halloween.
Sure he does. The silliest Billy. I go back and forth because most people call him Casey.
For Brandon, no night during the whole year was more special than Halloween night. Even more so than Christmas, this night had palpable magic in the air. In his sweetest dreams, it was Halloween every night. Standing before the mirror fixed to his bedroom door, Brandon studied himself through the slits of his mask. The red helmet with a black star for its face evoked a sense of power inside Brandon's heart, as most masks do. It was a constant sense of wonder to Brandon how he felt more himself when he was someone else. Stepping away, Brandon removed the mask and began donning his true costume for the night. Minutes later, he reappeared in front of the mirror and smiled behind his new mask. He was now the Wolfman.
The Wolfman, let's go.
Snout led to furious glass bead eyes. Faux fur glued around the face and pointed ears really brought the sight to life. With some help from his mother, the rest of his outfit accentuated the mask. Old clothes that had been shoved to the back of his closet were slashed and cut to resemble tattered rags. Under some of the cuts were splotches of fur to help sell his bestial transformation. Gorilla gloves, repurposed from his older brother's costume from a few years ago, completed the look. Brandon lost track of the time as he
I need
posted
to
in front of the
rebuy
mirror
my
and perfected his
werewolf
new
costume.
monstrous mannerisms.
The gloves I had for it was really
He
cool.
began searching for his pumpkin-shaped pail.
Brandon, your friends are here.
Brandon bolted down the stairs 2 at a time as he raced to the door and flew past his mother to join the night. A crew of terrors met Brandon outside his home.
Wow, you look so cool.
The hockey-masked child sounded an awful lot like Anthony.
Thanks, I made it myself.
Should we start on Main Street?
The bedsheet ghost might have either been Mike or Alan.
I don't give a crap.
The latex
I
masked
don't give a
zombie
crap.
with its brains exposed was definitely Rob.
That voice.
Just as long as we can get to the Dieter's house. Danielle said her parents are doing full-size candy bars this year.
Brandon looked towards the horizon and saw the last cooling embers of daylight extinguish behind a tree line. He inhaled the sweet smell of fallen autumn leaves and cool night air as he closed his eyes to savor the dawning night. That is when he turned towards his neighbor's house, anxiously searching for any sign of activity.
I don't care. Let's just go.
The group of monsters ran down the sidewalk, bumping shoulders with Kim Possible.
Don't
and
like
Darth
wearing
Vader as they
masks. Last one I wore, when I tried to remove it, it ripped my face off. Oh, God. I couldn't wear, like, the tight
The
latex
boys
ones.
scampered away from their latest victim. On the street, they showed their bags and buckets to take inventory of their gains.
I'm already half full.
Yeah, and we haven't even hit the north side yet.
We should start heading over there.
Brandon was so excited that it was hard to control the volume of his voice.
Brandon? Is that you?
All of their masked faces turned to see a skinny kid wearing a hand-drawn paper cutout mask that had been colored red. The boy wore thrifted red clothing that had white diamonds cut out and glued on. The new boy lifted his mask and Brandon's gut tied itself into a knot.
Why didn't you wait for me? We were supposed to trick-or-treat together. And why aren't you wearing your Red Ranger costume?
The other boys broke out into laughter as Brandon stood paralyzed.
What kind of crappy costume is that?
The zombie raised an accusatory finger.
What are you supposed to be? A used tampon?
Another round of laughter erupted as the boy wiped his eyes.
I'm the Red Ranger.
For the stupid baby show? That's such a lame costume.
Brandon jolted at that comment and turned away from the boy.
We should go if we don't want to run out of time.
The boy's lip quivered.
But it was your idea to be Red Rangers.
Brandon whirled around on the defensive.
I wouldn't be caught dead in a kitty costume like that. You're supposed to be scary on Halloween. I don't know what you're talking about.
Brandon began marching away from the now crying boy.
Come on, guys. Ignore this baby. Let's go.
The group laughed and smacked Brandon on the back as the sounds of repressed sobs faded away behind them. After another hour, the boys had more candy than they could possibly eat within a single lifetime, and that was, of course, not nearly enough for them. But the jack-o'-lantern candles were burning out and porch lights were being extinguished.
One more street.
Brandon didn't want the night to end.
Sure. Yeah. That'll
Sure.
Be awesome. Yeah.
They picked a street at random that looked like it had front lights still on and went door to door, snatching up the last pieces of candy that the homeowners had to offer. As they walked away from one such house, inspecting their goods, Brandon looked down the street and gasped.
Look.
The rest of the masked heads turned and followed his
Why does that
hairy
voice sound
gloved
like
finger.
modern Sonic? What?
At the end of the street stood a proud and aging Victorian home. Crooked shutters dangled in the wind. Stripped away paint revealed the dried and paled boards beneath. Candle flames danced in each window, and smoke escaped the chimney like a puttering wraith. It looked like something from an old black and white haunting flick. The house itself was the perfect embodiment of this holiday, but it didn't stop there. Jack-o'-lantern sentinels lined the walkway leading to the front porch. Foam tombstones made a mock cemetery across the whole front yard, with straw-stuffed dummies and plastic bones arranged throughout. Tattered white fabric tied around balls hung from a tree and fluttered in the breeze with sinister faces painted on them. Never had a house whispered, "Happy Halloween," more than this one. There was no further discussion. The whole group shuffled up to the house.
You think they still got candy?
Oh, a house like that? Oh, I bet they got candy bars as big as my arm!
They walked between the 2 rows of carved pumpkins and all failed to notice that each candle puffed out as they passed. Once on the porch, they paused, for each boy wanted to relish this moment for as long as possible. It was the zombie that gripped the cast iron knocker and slammed it on the door thrice. As soon as he stepped back, the door creaked open to display a scarecrow. They took it for another prop until it stepped forward. Its head was a burlap sack, tied tight around the throat with a noose of thick rope. Crude black threaded circles were stitched into the fabric for eyes above a blue threaded grin. Straw poked out of small holes in the flannel shirt he was wearing and out of the wrists where gardener gloves were worn.
Trick or treat!
The scarecrow chuckled, then spoke in a voice that sounded like dead leaves scraping down a sidewalk in the wind.
I have treats for you.
Is that Stripe?
I have the best treat you boys could ever possibly want.
King-size candy bars?
No.
I bet Brandon's gonna get stuck in his costume.
Fresh cookies?
Free toys?
A whole bag of candy corn.
No. Something even better than that. But I can't give out my treat for free.
The boys' masked faces turned and looked at one another.
If you want my treat, you have to survive my tricks.
What tricks?
Come this way and find out.
The scarecrow stepped back into a darkened hallway of the house, toward an open doorway that light spilled out of.
If you dare.
Each boy froze and clutched harder onto their sacks of candy and pail handles. The zombie stepped inside and turned toward the rest.
What are you, chickens?
He stepped closer to the doorway and turned again.
Go ahead and stay out here. That just means more goodies for me.
Brandon stepped forward just as the zombie disappeared into the doorway. 2 more sets of footsteps followed him in. As soon as the last boy had passed the threshold, the door crept shut behind them. A bolt clicked itself into place. Before them stretched a long hall lined with doors on both sides. At the very end stood the scarecrow, beckoning the boys.
Follow me through.
Glad Stripe found
Hesitantly,
work after
the boys
MBS
shuffled
died.
forward. As they started to pass the first door, its rusted hinges groaned, and a cold wind swept over the boys. A spectral form glided out of the room and approached the boy dressed in a bedsheet.
Another of my kind.
A little girl hovered in the air with her curled toes barely touching the floorboards. All her features were blurred as if a thick layer of fog separated her from the group, and if they stared at her directly, they could see right through her. The boy in the bedsheet stumbled back and dropped his pillowcase of candy onto the floor. The little girl's face contorted in rage.
You're just a boy. You are no spirit.
In a flash, the ghost girl gripped the boy's exposed ankle and dragged his flailing body into the room she had emerged from. The door slammed shut, and the boy's screams began to fade away into the distance. The remaining 3 had been so terrified during these events that none had moved an inch. The hockey mask turned and ran back to the door they had entered through and yanked on the knob.
Let us out! I don't want any more treats, please!
But the door did not budge.
That was real. That was really real.
While the other 2 began to panic, Brandon stood still and observed the whole situation. He thought he understood and so stepped forward.
Wait, what are you doing?
When Brandon started passing the next door, It was thrown open.
That does kind of sound like Roger Craig Smith.
A paw stepped out of the darkness and into the dim light of the hall.
Sounds like his
The largest wolf
Belson
Brandon
impression
had ever seen walked out
from
on 2
Clarence.
legs, hunched forward with an arching spine. It growled quietly as frothing saliva dripped from its muzzle.
Another member of the pack. Will you join me on my hunt?
Mimicking the mannerisms of the beast, Brandon growled back.
No need, brother.
He extended his pumpkin bucket forward.
I've just finished hunting, and we'll share.
The giant's snout lowered to the bucket and sniffed with flaring nostrils.
You are most kind.
The beast took a mouthful of the wrapped candies and stepped backward into its room. Once the door was shut, Brandon let out a shaking sigh and nearly collapsed to the floor. The other 2 inched towards him, carefully eyeing the door.
You just have to play along. One of you has to go next.
The hockey mask and the zombie looked at each other nervously, their wide eyes visible through the holes of their masks. The zombie gulped and began shuffling forward with one limp foot, groaning. The next door creaked open, and a horrid smell filled the hall. It reminded Brandon of the time his father had pulled a dead cat out from under their trailer. The whole back half of the cat was coated in twisting maggots. A corpse twisted out of the room, its bloated green skin peeling off its face and exposed arms. The clothes it wore were crusted with dirt and looked to be overly starched. One eyeball, milky white with bits of dirt stuck in its moisture, swung against its cheek as it hung out of the socket. The boy zombie froze when the living dead man approached him. Then, with a trembling hand, the boy reached into its plastic bag and pulled out a handful of candies.
Brains.
The boy extended the candy to the corpse. The actual zombie gurgled, and blood dribbled out of its mouth as it took the offering and muddled back into its room. Even after the door was shut, the boys all choked on the stench of rotting meat that lingered in the hall. The hockey-masked boy dropped to his knees and dumped out his bag of treats.
Did either of you get the markers from that one house with the toys?
I did.
The zombie began rooting around in his bag. He found the small box of mini markers and handed it to Hockey Mask. The boy turned his bag inside out to expose the white interior lining and stuffed a few fistfuls of candy back into the bag before tying a knot so the candy couldn't escape. He then took the markers and drew 2 X's for eyes, as well as a frown with a tongue sticking out. With the red marker, he scribbled all over the knot and the dangling section of the bag. Brandon recognized it as a poorly made severed head. With his creation behind his back, Hockey Mask slowly walked forward until another door opened. Out stomped the dripping wet body of a large man, wearing an antique hockey mask and splattered with blood. The killer did not say anything. He only cocked his head to the side of the boy, who in turn stood solemnly and slowly pulled out his makeshift head from behind his back. With no words, he showed the fake head to the killer, who nodded and took the head before stomping back into his room. The moment that the killer's door closed, the door that the scarecrow had gone through reopened, and all the remaining boys ran toward it. Where the hall had been sparse, this new room was crowded. Shelves lining the walls were packed full with different shaped and colored glass bottles and tattered books. Tables were filled with roiling beakers of fluid atop mini gas burners. A constant stream of lightning ran between 2 tightly coiled rings of wire, and a glass tank contained an ample supply of little rats that writhed like a living carpet.
Rats!
In the center of it all, an old man stood with his back to the boys, but he whirled around when he heard them enter. The man wore a heavily stained and bleached lab coat, as well as thick rubber gloves that reached up to his elbows. What was left of his hair was clumped together in wiry splotches of silver, and a gnarly burn scar masked half his face.
Good, my new research candidates. Now, as much as I would love to have you each stay with me, I unfortunately have only enough funding for one candidate. So, I thought we could have a little competition to see which one of you is the brightest. Ready?
The zombie in hockey mask nodded vigorously as Brandon gave a loose affirmative while scanning the rest of the room. He noticed an operating table vaguely hidden behind a standing cabinet that appeared to be covered with dark smears.
Pop quiz. Which planet in our solar system is the 5th farthest from the sun?
Oh, that's Jupiter, right?
Correct. A point for our sports star. All right then. What is 9 squared equal to?
The zombie counted on his fingers and mumbled for a moment
13, 80, 70,
before blurting out.
81.
Correct. I see you boys are as skilled with arithmetic as you are with astronomy. Now, let's try history. During the American Revolution, as the colonists rebelled against the British Empire, the Americans often used the slogan, "No taxation without what?"
Cause?
No, it's representation.
Absolutely right, my
That dude is really, actually.
The scientist laughed and rubbed his hands together. As the rest continued their quiz, Brandon kept searching the room through the slits of his mask. On the scan, he discovered a row of large jars stored within a display case at the far end of the room. Inside those jars were wrinkled masses of gray flesh. Brains. Human brains.
Let's see who's familiar with the periodic table. What is the abbreviation for silver?
SI.
He was wrong. Brandon knew that the abbreviation for silver was AG, but he chose to say nothing. The werewolf took an imperceptible step backward to let the other two boys shine.
No, it's AU, right?
The scientist shook his head in disappointment.
Afraid not. Any other guesses?
The zombie thought and tapped at his mask.
It's A something. AG?
You got it? Well, I think that settles it. My little corpse will be the perfect candidate for my next round of experiments. How could I not choose you? You clearly have the largest mind of all the boys here. You other two may leave through that door.
The scientist gestured to a little door off to his side. Brandon began walking toward the door as the zombie finally caught on.
Wait, they're just leaving? But I want to go too.
Oh, we can't have that.
The scientist wrapped an arm around the zombie.
That would be a waste of such a beautiful and healthy brain.
In one fluid motion, the scientist scooped up the boy with far more strength than any would suspect the old man possessed. Hockey Mask froze, watching his friend get carried to the steel table with leather straps dangling from its sides.
You coming?
Brandon's hand was already on the doorknob, not wanting to hear his friend scream anymore. Hockey Mask turned and ran toward the door. This new room was pitch black. The only comfort it gave was that once the door shut behind our last two boys, it completely silenced all the zombies' cries. The only thing they could hear were the sounds that reminded Brandon of a creek. Trickling, gurgling, wet sounds.
What is that?
Don't know.
Brandon groped the wall for a light switch. When he found one, he flicked it and then regretted it right away. A single light bulb crackled to life and exposed the room.
It's looking clean.
Directly
Well, this
across
is the
from
first
them,
pass.
on the opposite side of the room was the only other door. Laying in a heap right in front of that door was the body of a boy wearing a poorly made Red Ranger costume.
Starting light,
Knelt over the boy
and then
was
building
the
up color
Scarecrow.
over time.
At first, the sight was just odd for the boys. But as the light brightened, the Scarecrow jerked one of its arms back, clutching a long kitchen knife, the kind
I
you
showed
would
you the
use to
stubble
carve a
earlier.
pumpkin with. The Red Ranger gurgled, and a string of blood-soaked saliva shot out of his mouth. His eyes jumped to the two boys, and they felt their blood turn to slush when they met his begging gaze.
Good.
The Scarecrow spread his arms in welcome.
You've made it to my last trick. I'm having trouble cutting this pumpkin. It keeps moving, you see. Would you boys mind helping me?
That's Jeremy.
A jolt of anger burst in Brandon's chest when he heard the name. It was Halloween.
You
They
don't
weren't
even wash your
supposed to
hands.
use their real names. Collecting himself, Brandon stepped forward.
Can we leave once we help you?
Oh, but don't forget, you have a nice treat waiting at the end.
Without another word, Brandon walked over, got down on his knees, and held the writhing boy still.
Thank you.
This isn't right.
Hockey Mask whimpered. But he wasn't Hockey Mask anymore. When Brandon looked back, the hockey mask dangled in the boy's hand. He was Anthony. Only Anthony. The Scarecrow plunged the knife into Jeremy's belly in 3 quick jabs. Brandon felt the boy jolt and convulse with each stab, but did his best to hold him still. The smell of blood was so dense that Brandon tasted pennies on his tongue. Panicked banging drew Brandon's attention back to Anthony, who was slamming his fists against the door they had entered through.
All done.
Brandon had been so focused on Anthony's wailing that he hadn't noticed the Red Ranger grow perfectly still. The Scarecrow rose and opened the door lying just behind him. Brandon followed, but paused to watch Anthony sink to the floor, crying and pitifully clawing at the other door.
You can stay with him if you like.
But Brandon shook his head.
Wouldn't do me any good.
He turned and followed his host. They were back in the hall that led to the front door. They shouldn't be. Brandon knew that made no sense with how they traversed the house, but he was relieved nonetheless.
Can I have my treat now? I want to go home.
Certainly.
The Scarecrow curled its straw-stuffed gloved fingers around Brandon's shoulders and spun him to face a grime-covered mirror. He stared into the glass-bead eyes of his Wolfman mask and again felt pride at his costume.
You love Halloween, don't you?
Brandon nodded.
And you love wearing masks, right? Because you love changing yourself.
Again, Brandon nodded. With a sudden yank, the Scarecrow ripped the mask off of Brandon's head, and the boy gasped. His curly hair was gone, replaced with glossy white plastic, as was his skin, his lips, his ears, and even his eyes. His head was now that of a store mannequin's, featureless and plain, an unpainted doll. The Scarecrow uncapped a marker and drew a smile on Brandon's unflinching features.
Now it will be easy for you to remake yourself as you see fit. You can wear a mask every single day.
Brandon pushed the living Scarecrow away and ran for the open front door. Within seconds, he was on the street, screaming through lips that no longer parted. All while the Scarecrow's whispering laughter echoed down the empty streets. chasing the boy.
Our tales may be over, but they are still out there. Be sure to join us next week so you can stay safe, stay secure, and stay sleepless. The No Sleep Podcast is presented by Creative Reason Media. The musical score was composed by Brandon Boone. Our production team is Phil Michalski.
Is this the birth of Slenderman?
Jesse Cornett, and Claudius Moore. Our editorial team is Jessica McAvoy, Ashley McAnally, Ollie A. White, and Kristen Samito. To discover how you can get even more sleepless horror stories from us, just visit sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com to learn about The Sleepless Sanctuary. Ad-free, extended episodes each week, and lots of bonus content for the dark hours, all for one low monthly price. On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we thank you for joining us and seeking safety from the things that stalk us in the night. This audio program is copyright 2025 by Creative Reason Media, Inc.
We wait a
All
year.
rights reserved.
Yeah,
The
hold on.
copyrights for each story are held by the respective authors. No duplication or reproduction of this audio program is permitted without the written consent of Creative Reason Media, Inc.
That was an interesting selection.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor.
Shut up. Alright, what next? Let's read the synopsis on this one. Goat Valley Campground Season 2, Chapter 5. Holy shit, they're doing another long one, I see. My family's refusing to leave the basement. Where the fence ends. October's Little Sisters and the Convention Center. That one sounds interesting. This is season 23, episode 16. I'll keep that in mind. Next we hear a story of a man named Brady. Let's see. Where do I... How do I tab to the... Yeah, here we go. Let's see what season 22's got. What the fuck is that? Sometimes, like, I mean, you kind of have to go off of what the covers of these look like. because they don't really tell you what the stories are until you get into them, unless you somehow know in advance. I think I'm gonna go with the one I was looking at before. Check behind your ear. What? Nerds, where? Give me nerds. Oh, I see. I think I'll go with this one. I do want to show the, like the title card for it. Just really quick. That's really cool. I aspire for my art for my, my Newgrounds Ass series to look like that. I think that's pretty neat. I think we're gonna go with that one. I thought that was gonna be WH2O.
WNSP's overnight programming. I'm your nighttime host, DZ.
Is that where they get that from?
During these dark hours. And I'll tell you, these days the dark hours are becoming longer and longer. The days are getting shorter, the nights longer, and the lack of sun is making people even paler. And since I sleep during the day, I feel like my skin could reflect sunlight up to the space station. And speaking of pale things, I'm hearing that the pale crawlers are back and being spotted in the woods around Cryptid Valley. As I'm sure you know, pale crawlers are humanoid creatures described as thin and pale, with long limbs and claws and large black eyes. Some sightings describe their eyes as having white pupils that glow in the dark.
Ooh.
The sounds they make are usually described as screeching.
Hope everyone's doing alright so far tonight.
Don't worry, we'll believe you. Unlike a report I heard about from July 23rd of 2013. Seems in upstate New York.
Who doesn't sleep during the day? I took a nap before I started streaming earlier.
Seen by a park ranger. He reported the sighting, but that ended up costing him his job. He was sighted.
Asking for reasons you might know later, what's the most a horror movie has ever scared you? Well, horror movies scared me a lot more when I was younger. The guy being pulled into the bed from the first Nightmare on Elm Street haunted me. I watched Jeepers Creepers 2 when I was younger, and that haunted me for a little bit. The most recent one I watched, and by recent I mean like years ago, that gave me that sense of terror was As Above, So Below. But I rewatched it recently, and I just thought it was a neat found footage film. Didn't quite grip me like it used to. I haven't really been, like, really, truly scared in a while watching a film. But I love found footage stuff, and, people being put in claustrophobic situations. Like, there's a lot of, cave diving type movies that I'd like to get to. Dang, I'm stumped what movie would scare Iris. Oh, well. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while since a movie's really scared me, and jump scares do not count. That doesn't stick with you. That's a moment. That's just a moment. That doesn't, like, fester after you watch it. Oh, but like that scene from Halloween 3 really unnerved me when I watched it. You know the scene. That's pretty close. I guess no horror movie would faze her anymore. It's got to be like a really specific indie film that only like 5 people have ever seen. And it's like maybe some kind of psychological horror, or maybe like it feels real, like it could have been like it could easily have been like a snuff film or something. Something just really unnerving about it that one can't quite put their finger on. Like, I get more freaked out over, like, these horror YouTube videos. Like ARG stuff. Does Shaquille O'Neal Kazam count? Yeah. It's also just like, this is a short conversation I had with one of my roommates, and that like modern horror movies just don't really capture real horror anymore. It's too telegraphed. It's too, I don't know, it just doesn't have like the same weight to it as the B-movie stuff. Anyway, I'm sorry. That was a tangent.
For, quote, unruly conduct, poor mental capability, and an inability to distinguish reality from fiction, end quote. Seems kind of harsh, doesn't it? So if you see a pale crawler, your mental capability is just fine. And it will be even better after you hear another episode from our friends over at the No Sleep Podcast. A rustle of the leaves, a fleeting movement at the edge of your vision. How often have you walked a forest trail at dusk, only to feel the unmistakable sensation that something unseen is watching you? For centuries, humans have populated the darkness with creatures of legend whose existence remains unproven, yet whose presence is undeniable in the whispered tales of those who dare venture too deep into the wild. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast.
Oh, actually, another movie that terrified me when I was younger, The Grudge 2. And that got me because Kayago and her son, Toshio, yeah, that was his name. The fact that they can just appear anywhere. Literally anywhere. You're not safe anywhere. You cannot hide from them. And the way it ends, well, maybe I shouldn't spoil for people watching, but yeah, that freaked me out. But there's debate with like the American version of The Grudge, and then like the original Japanese films, which I've watched at least one of them. There's debate on like which ones are better. Of course, like the American versions of The Grudge is more in your face about it. It's more dramatized, whereas the Japanese ones are more of a slow burn, more atmospheric. I'd say there's like things to like about both of them. That's a series I should rewatch. For sure. Yeah, I should do that. I should do that at some point. Anyway, I'm sorry. Like I had a I had a kind of a phase with those films in high school where I was obsessed with them and I wanted to know more about that series specifically because I thought it was neat. But anyway.
Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast. I'm your host, David Cummings. Did you know it's the month of October? I barely know what year it is, so I was surprised to learn the 10th month has arrived. And did you know October is the month of Halloween? Since we do Horror 365 around here, we sometimes forget that some people only consume delicious horror treats this time of year. And so if you're looking for the full-sized candy bars of horror podcasts, make sure you join us next week as we'll be featuring our big Halloween special. We'll have the full-length Halloween episode next weekend, and our Sleepless Sanctuary members will get the special Halloween bonus on the big day itself, October 31st. There will be tricks and treats for everyone. And speaking of treats, you should check out the fun podcast called Story Sirens. It features our very own Sarah Thomas, along with her friend Yenny, as they and their guests dive deep into your favorite myths and legends from around the world, with a whole lot of laughter in between. I had the pleasure of joining them recently, as we talked about the many legends and creepy tales found in graveyards. Check the show notes to learn more about the Story Sirens podcast. And I'm excited that this episode features a special guest voice actor, Jonathan Ha. Jonathan is a Korean-American actor based in Los Angeles. His voice work can be heard on a variety of projects, although you've probably never heard of most of them.
365?
Like
what about Leap Year?
Called Fortnite, or a movie called The Long Walk, or a streaming series called K-Pop Demon Hunters. I mean, has anyone heard of those things? Oh wait, what? You mean those are 3 of the biggest hits on the planet these days? Okay, so I stand corrected. But seriously, we are thrilled to have Jonathan join us on this episode. Check the show notes to learn more about him.
God
Yes,
damn
our
it,
little
I hate when that
family
happens.
is getting bigger and bigger. And speaking of our family and our new friends, this week we have tales for you that will feature those people close to us. Normally, friends and family mean a group of people we can rely on, trust to have our backs, to be there when we need them most. But in the world of horror, those closest to us sometimes mean they're a little too close to us. Close enough to do some serious harm. So, friends, it's time. Time to tune in, turn on, and brace yourself for our sleepless tales. In our first tale, we meet a man whose family has left him, literally and figuratively. After his parents pass away, he is left with the family home and all its property. But in this tale, shared with us by author Dean Ribko, the man soon realizes he's never seen the entire property because his parents always told him to stay away from the edges. Performing this tale are James Cleveland and Erica Sanderson. So stay close to home when you're told to avoid the place where the fence ends.
I remember seeing the fence when I was 10 years old. It appeared to stretch forever through our backyard, rusted and weathered, with ivy creeping over its twisted wires. I was not to go near it, my dad instructed me. It's an old property fence, nothing more. Nothing off limits out there for us. That was not true. I did nothing at first, but a presence lurked at the fence edge. A presence waiting patiently.
Menacingly.
Years went by, and I'd all but forgotten about it. Things moved on. I lost my dad when I was 22, and my mum a year later, and I inherited the house. I had nobody, no immediate family, but the fence, the woods, and the house. I hadn't even noticed it until I happened to be standing near the trees one evening, staring at the rusted wires. There was a boy's curiosity in me, one I failed to outgrow, I supposed. It was just a fence, wasn't it? But I saw its length with my eyes and realized I'd not seen its end point. A logical portion of me suspected that it belonged to an archaic boundary marker long disregarded. But there was a part of me, a portion that disturbed me at midnight, that whispered that the fence simply did not cease, that it kept going forever and ever. And then, of course, I proceeded to follow it. I began in the late afternoon.
Come here, baby.
Go for
Do you want to say hi to Chad? Come here.
And search for its terminus and return in daylight. There was an unnatural quiet in the woods, with nothing but my own footfall shattering dead leaves under my tread. The fence hadn't changed at all since I was a boy. Rusty wire, thick ivy, posts at an angle. I kept moving deeper into the woods, through parts I'd not encountered, through trees older even than the town itself. The air grew thick, became heavy, weighing down my sense of good spirit. And then the sun began to descend.
I release you.
I could have returned. I could have listened to my instinct, that inner voice that told me I'd made a mistake. I did not. For in the deepening dusk, I beheld a presence that did not belong. A doorway. Trapped in the midst of the fence, a weathered wooden door. Twisted but intact. No frame, no hinges, but simply present. A creeping feeling coursed through me. I don't know for how long I stood frozen in front of it, my breath shallow, my heart thudding in my head. All my instincts screamed at me to flee. But then I saw something strange about that door. A detail that bothered me. I extended my fingers, shaking, and touched the wood. It was warm. Warmer than I'd have liked, in fact.
He's arriving.
I lurched backwards, heart pounding in my chest. I heard the whisper a second time, louder, yet I saw no one nearby.
Soon will be his arrival.
The woods darkened. Shadows grew abnormally long. I turned and ran. I don't remember getting to my house. I was fleeing through trees, whisperings at my heels. And then I was at my residence, my front door locked, my heart pounding. I told myself I'd dreamed it. The lack of sleep must have gotten to me. And that night, insomnia claimed me again. I lay in my bed staring at the ceiling, listening. I remember at one point I noticed the woods were not quiet, but silent. No wind, no leaves rustling, no insects moving about their business. And then, when I began to fall into a restless sleep, a knock at the door. I shot up. Breath caught my throat. Another knock. Gentle. Patient. Then, a voice.
You discovered the door.
I did not stir. Didn't inhale. The voice rang wrong. There was no emotion, no inflection, just words, dead and lifeless ones.
You discovered the door.
I reached out with trembling fingers towards my phone, and it flickered and died out. Lights in my home became dimmer. The knock came again, louder. The door creaked, its sound suggesting a presence having shoved it. I grabbed the nearest thing, a lamp, and held it like a weapon. Silence. Then, from just outside,
Open the door.
it spoke confidently, as if it knew I was afraid. My stomach twisted. It wasn't a request. I backed off, my heart thudding in my head. The knocking stopped, but the unknown presence remained. I could feel it, pacing, looking for me. The silence stretched, and then, all at once, the woods came to life again. I didn't leave my house for 3 days. When I finally mustered the courage, I braced my heart and moved towards the tree edge. The fence kept its constant stance, moving out infinitely into the woods. But the doorway no longer existed. Not broken, not obscured, disappeared, vanished. It was gone. I almost convinced myself, that I'd dreamed it all, made up the whole thing in my head. Until I saw the footprints. A single path between the fence and my porch, my prints, presumably. And nestled in a little deeper, buried in wet mud, a second pair. Standing, waiting. I failed to go back to the woods. Not long afterward, I left the house I'd refused to call home, leaving it to fall apart, to be reclaimed by the trees surrounding it. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when sleep fails to descend and the quiet feels suffocating, I can swear I can hear it. A whisper.
He's coming.
First pass.
And then a knock at the door.
Okay, let's do shadows first.
WNSP will return after a word from our sponsors.
WNSP.
You want longer episodes, no ads, and lots of bonus content? Find out more at sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com. Listen up, friends. If you're still overpaying for wireless, it's time to say yes to saying no. At Mint Mobile, their favorite word is no. No contracts, no monthly bills, no overages, no hidden fees, no BS. When I needed to find a mobile plan for a family member, I chose Mint Mobile. We all love it. So here's why you should say yes to making the switch and getting premium wireless for $15 a month. Ditch overpriced wireless and their jaw-dropping monthly bills, unexpected overages, and hidden fees. Plans start at $15 a month at Mint. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all your existing contacts. So, are you ready to say yes to saying no? Make the switch at mintmobile.com/nosleep. That's mintmobile.com/nosleep.
We're going in with the shadows now.
Required, equivalent to $15 a month. Limited time new customer offer for first 3 months only. Speeds may slow above 35 gigabytes on unlimited.
And then
plan.
gradually
Taxes
that'll be
extra.
blended
See
in with
Mint
the
Mobile for details.
base color and make
Now,
it
back to
more
WNSP's presentation
pronounced.
of the No Sleep Podcast.
A lot of back and forth in this step.
Making friends in high school is pretty important. You don't want to be stuck with the losers, right? You want cool friends to hang out with and be seen. But in this tale, shared with us by author Gordon Brown, a young woman has a chance to join a group that only a select few are able to join. but getting in means pushing some boundaries.
Ooh.
Performing this tale.
I like
is
stories
Marie
like that.
Westbrook. So don't be a scaredy cat if you want to be with the best. And around here, that means joining October's Little Sisters.
You'd heard about them on your first day of high school. Whispers that these fluorescent lit halls are haunted by a collection. No, a coven. No, a constellation of young women who know secrets. Where to get whiskey for every party. How to slip like a shadow into any bar. What words to say when hitchhiking to make strange men take you to just where you wanted and bring you back safely every time. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Of course you would. You want something more than cheap prairie houses and dollar store parking lots. Something more than diners where off-season poachers let their eyes crawl all over you. Something more than watching your mother pluck gray hairs from her scalp, wondering when you'll start getting them too. Most people around here don't believe in October's Little Sisters, but you do. They're the reason people find cut-off cat heads on their lawns. Sad, small little things almost missed on the way to the mailbox. Sometimes not noticed at all until some Midwestern dad's mower stops suddenly on its way through the grass, blades catching and crunching on bone. There'd be a dozen or so cases before the month was out. There'd be the same story in the paper, feigning the same old shock and horror, the same unheeded warnings to keep your pets indoors when the weather starts changing. Hunched over algebra in a cramped, drowsy classroom, pencil sliding aimlessly across solve for X, your eyes wander across the room, searching for some sign or symbol that might show you who they are. A girl in a brown bomber jacket plays with a pink highlight in her hair. A girl with Coke bottle glasses and noose-type braids taps a staccato rhythm on her desk with long fingernails.
Oh, I don't like that
girl
noise.
with braces and bad acne wears a tiger's eye ring on a chain around her neck. You look away when she sees you staring. You know October sisters walk alone late at night. If you wait by the window, as you often do, you can hear shrieking laughter in the dark. The sound of high heels clipping fearlessly against the sidewalk. Beyond the roofs of low ranch houses and the screen of bare branch trees. You feel sluggish in the morning, irritable and exhausted, and not especially invested in the conversation your mother has with the people from next door. Their cat's gone missing. Some plate-faced Persian with Civil War whiskers and watery blue eyes. You only half hear your mother volunteering you to help put up missing pet posters after you're back from school. Sitting in the bathroom stall, you're not aware of the envelope being pushed through the slit in the door. Not until it's halfway through. You don't bend down fast enough to catch anything but a pair of bat black ballet flats skipping away.
See that difference?
The envelope is pumpkin orange. So is the paper inside it. Every letter written on it is seemingly drawn by a different hand. Need to know we can trust you. Instructions to follow. Flush after reading. Which you do, though you hate to. The paper smells of cinnamon and cinders. Feels crisp and clean in your hand. You watch it soaking in the porcelain bowl and spiraling away. There's an envelope taped to the outside of your bedroom window. This one is a more sunset shade of orange. Cute bangs, cut them off. Put them in the envelope and leave it in your locker. We know how to get in. It's easy if you don't look at yourself while you're doing it. If you practice the story you'll tell your mother when she sees you. A week of waiting. An envelope, burnt umber taped beneath your desk. Found by accident. Slipped into your purse and opened alone. Coldly terrified at how long it may have been waiting in there. If it wasn't already too late. Send a picture of yourself naked to this number. It's easy if you don't look at the picture afterwards. If you don't think about where it has gone. If you distract yourself from the rising nausea all through the claustrophobic night by telling yourself it's already over. That you chose to do it. And that power, real power, means never having to feel sorry or scared.
In the days that follow, you keep your eyes fixed on the wart-nosed witch decorations going up around school. You don't pay any attention to the whispering packs of boys as you pass by. Who knows what they're actually snickering about? You don't see who puts the envelope in your jacket pocket. You aren't aware of it until a sharp corner jabs against your finger. It's red. Candy apple red. Stop sign red. It tells you what to do next. The excuse you give your mother for needing to go out that night is abysmal. It squirms pale and weak like something scraped up from under a rock when you say it out loud. But she doesn't fight you on it. Doesn't stick her fingers through any of the countless holes in your story. Just sits at the table, staring at you, before softly saying, "Okay." Now you're walking alone through the dark, heels clicking against the sidewalk. Now you're cutting across backyards, half staggering over the wet grass. Now you're using your phone as a flashlight. Now you're squatting behind a flap door by a stranger's house, spreading cold tuna across the mat. Now you're waiting. Some part of you hopes the cat won't come. When he does, some part of you hopes he'll be too quick. But he does, and he isn't, and can only look helplessly ahead as your hand closes hard on the loose skin of his neck. Beneath pumpkin orange fur is the beat of a terrified heart. But October's little sisters are out there, somewhere in the night, and every shadow's whispering, "You've already come this far."
No cult is worth killing
Sleepless
animals
listeners,
over.
Here's something you'll love. Emmy Award winner Kerry Washington returns as Dr. Virginia Edwards in Audible's heart-pounding supernatural thriller, The Prophecy, Season 2. Also starring Giancarlo Esposito, Dulé Hill, Renzi Feliz, and Ebony Obsidian. Now here's what awaits you in this tale. The battle between good and evil reaches new heights in this
Not even the
action-packed
Werehog
sequel
cult.
that pits faith against fear and pushes the fate of humankind to the edge. Follow every twist and turn as Virginia and her miracle son Joshua flee from Detroit, pursued by the sinister Luther Bell, played by Giancarlo Esposito, and his Morning Stars cult, with her estranged husband Ryan and Moses, Dulé Hill. A devotee with a mysterious past, Virginia finds unlikely allies in Samson and Delilah. Together, they uncover the truth about Joshua's place in an ancient prophecy. Each perilous step of their journey is guided by Virginia's haunting visions, while Bell's forces close in, threatening to tear their world apart. As natural disasters erupt, Virginia must embrace her role as both mother and chosen protector. But will it all be too late? You'll have to listen to find out. Evil is rising, and time is running out. Look, you love our sleepless tales, so I know you'll want to check out this fantastic audiobook. So don't miss Kerry Washington in Audible's new must-listen, The Prophecy, Season 2. Go to audible.com/prophecy2, that's the number 2, and start listening today.
If you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, Grainger knows you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
These days, Korean pop culture has taken North America by storm. From shows like Squid Game to K-pop music, fans can't get enough of it. And some are kind of obsessed with it. And in this tale, shared with us by author Sanya Bangash, we meet Anna and Adrian, two friends who are attending a gathering of K-pop fans. Anna isn't as much of a fan as Adrian, but when they meet a K-pop idol who seems lost, they do what they can to help him out. Performing this
They're gonna
tale
kidnap him.
are Lindsay Russo, Sarah Thomas, and special guest Jonathan Hall. So get your lanyard and have a pen for autographs. It's time to head to the Convention Center.
The Convention Center.
The summer after my senior year of high school, I found myself bumping shoulders with strangers in a crowded convention center outside of Chicago. I didn't understand the music that floated over the din of thousands of chattering fans, and I didn't recognize any of the celebrities or music groups on the merch and signs that lined the hall. What I did understand was that my friend Adrian, who I had been cluelessly following like a duckling, was having the time of her life. Adrian had always been different. She moved into our small southern Illinois town our junior year of high school and was already ostracized by our peers by the end of her first week. I love her, but I mean, yeah, she had to have seen it coming. She wore heels, girly outfits, big hairpins, and a backpack adorned with pins and charms of little cartoon animals no one recognized. To be frank, she stuck out like a giraffe in a herd of horses. Our last names both started with A, so we were assigned seats together in AP Chemistry. Through various high school science experiments, I got to know her. I learned the source of her unique existence was her obsession with Korean, well, everything. The music, the shows, the language, the clothes. If it was Korean, her universe centered around it. I thought her obsession was odd, sure, but I also learned that she was the only girl in class willing to explore local abandoned barns with me. And it turned out she was funny as hell. While she could never get me to care about all that Korean stuff, I enjoyed listening to her weird-ass K-pop stories, like fans breaking into tour buses to steal bags of celebrity shit. And I mean literal shit. Over time, we became almost inseparable. So of course, I followed her to this K-pop convention. While I didn't understand much of anything, I was really enjoying watching Adrian in her element, finally surrounded by people just like her.
Gay?
Adrian suddenly
It's
stopped
pretty
walking
gay,
and
yeah.
turned to look at me.
I'm lost.
I scanned the large hall. It was hard to find signs through the thick crowd. They said it was going to be at room 21A.
I know. Do you know where it might be?
No. We were slowly moving away from the rows of vendor booths Adrian had given all her summer money to. The tote bag around my shoulder was stuffed full of all the overpriced merch she'd bought. Posters, plush dolls, keychains. The worst offender jutted out from the bag. A ridiculously expensive magic wand-shaped light stick to wave around at concerts. Right after buying it, Adrian had turned it on and the power button on the handle got jammed into its plastic frame. Now impossible to turn off. The purple light it was supposed to emit was invisible in the brightly lit hall.
That's so
We moved
bullshit.
out of the vendor hall and into the less congested main lobby. I checked my phone. We were already running late for the idol meet and greet. Adrian led me down an escalator.
Maybe it's down here.
We eventually found room 21A, but we were late. Groups of fans were mingling in little circles, holding autographed photos and reviewing pictures on their phones. The tables and chairs at the back of the room, where the celebrities were supposed to be, were empty. Where are they? I scanned the room, trying to see if I could find anyone who looked like an idol. There were supposed to be 3 groups here, but Adrian was only familiar with one, some girl group.
We're late.
Adrian's eyes scanned the room for a familiar face while I checked the time on my phone. Only by 2 minutes?
We must have just missed them.
She turned away and walked back out into the hallway. I followed close behind. We sat outside room 21A with our backs against the wall. Adrian buried her face in her phone. I could tell she was trying to hide her disappointment.
Let's see when the other events are.
People began to file out of the room, gushing to each other about meeting whoever the hell. I watched their shoes tread by, wishing I knew what I could do to make things better. clean and expensive-looking pair of sneakers stopped next to me. I looked up and locked eyes with the man standing above me. He was beautiful. He looked to be in his early 20s and had a gentle smile on his perfect face. He was dressed way more stylishly than I had ever seen a guy dressed in real life. His black hair was cut into bangs split down the middle, giving him a youthful look. He looked just like the members of those boy bands Adrian was so obsessed with.
I see you were late to the meet and greet.
Yep.
That makes 3 of us. But at least you were not late to see your own fans.
Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Adrian was now looking up at him.
Did one of the idols not show up?
Yes.
He pointed at himself.
Me.
His smile looked like it was painted onto his perfectly smooth, poreless face. I'd never seen skin so flawless. I wanted to touch his cheek to see if it was actually just a shell, wave my hand around it to see if the magic beauty filter would come off. Adrian had told me about the crazy beauty routines of these idols, but seeing one of them in real life was entirely different. I felt Adrian perk up beside me.
You? Are you part of a group? Or solo?
The embarrassment of not realizing this apparent celebrity seemed to dawn on her.
I'm sure I've seen you somewhere before.
He smoothed it over with the wave of his hand.
Maybe not. My group is still very new. My name is Ji-hoon. It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
Of course it's
I'm
June.
Adrian. And this is Anna.
Hi. I gave a small wave. He mouthed the word hi to me with a quick wave.
I am glad I found 2 friendly people. This is my first time in America, and I've already missed my first meet and greet. I hope I will not also be late to my performance. It is soon. We are opening for Starlings.
I could feel Adrian's body jolt at that name.
Oh my god, Starlings! I love them! I'm sure your group is going to blow up if you're already opening for Starlings.
Yes, it is exciting, but...
He looked down the hallway as if looking for something.
I may not be there.
Why?
We open the performance. It is VIP, secret, for VIP guests at...
His face scrunched up, looking for the right word.
Down? Below. Room.
He gestured with his hand pointing down again and again.
Down room?
He tried again, still jabbing his pointed finger towards the room.
The basement.
Ground room. Under dirt building.
Under dirt? You mean like a basement? His face lit up and he snapped his fingers.
Yes, basement. The performance is VIP only, secret in the basement. In the basement...
Oh, sure it is.
I was not going to make an innocent, non-native English speaker go through the hell of sounding out the words convention center. I finished the sentence for him. Your VIP performance is secret, being held in the basement of this convention center. He smiled with relief and nodded.
Yes. Life is easy with my translator.
Where is he?
I think with my group.
And where's your group?
I think they have already left. We were to be at the meet and greet, then go prepare and perform at the basement. I need to find them, but I do not want to be alone very long without my translator. Can you help me, please? Be my translator until I find my group. I need help with words like basement. I'm afraid to get lost with no, friend.
I speak a little Korean.
Ji-hoon perked up and said something that sounded like a question in Korea. Adrian responded with what I assume meant yes. That sealed it. She bounced up and I slowly got up behind her. We followed Ji-hoon until we reached what looked like a door to a janitor's closet. It was camouflaged, painted the same brown color as the walls surrounding it. Its paint was clumped up on some parts, as if painted over a bump. Several spots of paint were chipped off, revealing dirty-looking metal underneath.
This is it. the door to the basement.
Without further hesitation, Ji-hoon opened the door and let us through.
You didn't
We
know
found
where the
ourselves in
basement
a
was,
long,
but you
narrow hallway
recognized
with
the
a yellow
door?
standing at the far end of it. The fluorescent lights that buzzed above were a sickly yellow color, painting everything, including us, in its hue. I couldn't tell if the large bricks that made up the walls were painted that faded yellow-white color, or if they were just normal white bricks corrupted by the tint of the lights above. The white tile floor was spotless, its surface so shiny and smooth it reflected the lights above like a pool of still water. Ji-hoon led us down the hall and through the door at the end of it. Behind this door was a stairwell leading down 3 flights. We descended. The yellow door at the landing below was identical to the one at the top of the stairwell. We opened it and found ourselves in another narrow hallway that looked almost exactly like the one we had just gone through. The only difference were the 3 extra yellow doors that lined the walls, 1 on the left side wall and 2 on the right. I looked at Ji-hoon expectantly. Are you performing somewhere here? He looked as confused as I was.
I do not hear anyone. I expect more people. I think maybe further down.
I resisted my urge to open one of the doors that lined the hallway and peer inside. I had a feeling we weren't supposed to be down there and didn't want to accidentally set off an alarm. Reaching the end of that hallway and going through the next door, we repeated our journey down a stairwell identical to the previous one. Went past the door at the landing and again found ourselves in a similar hallway. Ji-hoon and Adrian walked in front of me side by side. Adrian had been playfully practicing her Korean and giggling with him since our journey started. I had the weirdest feeling, like I was smelling something disgusting without actually smelling anything at all. I felt like I had to force myself to not hold my breath. My face almost tingled, wanting to turn away from something I couldn't fully sense. What kind of basement is this? Do these rooms lead to, like, facilities closets or something? Why so many layers of just skinny hallways? Ji-hoon didn't turn his head, but I saw his pupil turn towards me at the very corner of his eye.
Facilities?
Like where you store mops and cleaning supplies.
That would be a lot of cleaning.
He looked down at Adrian.
Your friend is funny.
She laughed with him and looked back at me with a fond smile.
Yeah, she really is.
I wasn't gonna let this go. Adrian, don't you think this basement is weird? At this point, we were going down the 3rd stairwell. Adrian opened the door at the landing to yet another identical hallway. Where's this concert even being held?
Oh, so they're in the back rooms.
I'm pretty sure these rooms are bigger on the inside, and it's just the hallways that are narrow.
I stopped walking and they both turned to look at me. Is there a bigger room somewhere down here? Is that where you're gonna perform? Ji-hoon's brow furrowed.
I am not sure. I just know it is somewhere here. My manager showed me. When we hear people or noise, we will know.
I was beginning to understand why he wanted someone to go with him. The sickly yellow of the hallways was starting to give me a nauseous feeling in my gut. I'm not claustrophobic, but a big part of me wanted to stretch my hands against the walls around us and push them away, to will the hallway to give me just a little more space to breathe. Looking for an escape, I grabbed the handle on the nearest door that lined the wall and slowly opened it a crack. I could see through the narrow opening that the light in the room behind it was already on. I pushed the heavy door fully open. The room was small and set up like some sort of classroom. The only furniture were a few rows of chairs and desks that faced the front of the room. Some of them were tipped over on their sides. In one corner, I could see what looked like a poster that had fallen face down off the bare wall behind it. We stood at the doorway, digesting the scene in front of us. I finally broke the silence. What the fuck?
Maybe this is where they do employee training.
I stepped away from the room and tried the next door. This room, also brightly lit, was empty except for a few cardboard boxes and some empty metal shelves that lined the walls. I turned to Ji-hoon. None of these rooms look like they'd be big enough to host anything. His face was pinched, like he was also trying to make sense of the odd space.
I am confused. I was told to come here. My team should be here.
He took a small sidestep towards the door we had entered this hallway through, then another towards the door at the other end of the hall, his body acting out his torn thoughts. He leaned forward and looked into the room I had just opened, as if looking for an explanation.
I do not...
He paused for a moment, then took a step back.
I need to find my team. This basement must end soon. I think it is not much deeper. Maybe they're on the next floor?
He seemed to think about it for a moment.
Yes, our show is very loud. They must be deep below so no one can hear. Or maybe the basement has a large storage area we will perform in.
Yeah, there probably is some storage space at the very bottom or something.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
He seemed happy enough with this explanation. I felt a twinge of annoyance at Adrian agreeing with him. It was so obvious she was just saying whatever she thought would make Ji-hoon like her. I didn't fight it, though. I didn't want to ruin this little fairy tale Adrian was living out. I reluctantly followed them down the next stairwell.
Maybe you should.
We walked through identical hallways and down identical stairwells for a while. It didn't seem like Adrian ever noticed anything strange about the place. She was just so damn infatuated with the guy. Me, not so much. It didn't matter how pretty he was. Nothing could look good under those god-awful yellow lights. Something about the side of our skin and eyes yellowed by the space made me want to hurl. But I tried to keep it down. This convention was the first time I'd ever seen Adrian in her element. I didn't want to spoil it for her. Suddenly, I felt that thing that hangs at the back of my throat pull up. I was gonna puke. I pressed my hand against the cool wall to ground myself as I leaned over, taking deep breaths. Adrian and Ji-hoon just kept chatting as they continued walking. I heard the door at the end of the hall shut behind them. I had to take a couple more deep breaths before I could speak. Adrian! Adrian! I heard Adrian's muffled voice call out from behind the door. Anna? The confusion in her voice sent a shot of anger through my nausea. Had they seriously not noticed that I'd stopped following? I heard the door open and Adrian's and Ji-hoon's footsteps run towards me.
What is wrong?
Anna? Anna, are you okay?
Adrian reached me and started rubbing soothing circles on my back. It felt nice. It was the first nice thing I'd felt since we'd come down here.
It's okay. Just let it out.
I couldn't respond to her. My hand fell from the wall and planted onto my bent knee. I retched a few times, trying to force the puke out of my system. I could hear Ji-hoon's footsteps quickly tap further away from me. I glanced up at him. He was now hunched over with his hand over his mouth at the far end of the hallway, eyes scrunched up shut.
I cannot. I will be sick.
Adrian left me and ran up to him. My back felt cold from the absence of her warm hand. I gave up my attempts to finally get the illness out of my system and slowly straightened back up, leaning against the wall for support. I watched silently as she stood close to him, holding his arm and rubbing his back as he blinked away tears and took deep breaths. She noticed me staring and smiled.
Ji-hoon's the type to puke when other people puke.
I'm sick.
What happened? Did you eat something nasty?
No, I'm sick. Obviously, I'm sick. Why did you keep walking?
What? I don't know. You're so quiet, I guess I didn't notice you stopped following.
Of course she hadn't noticed. What was I compared to the prettiest guy we'd ever seen? She shifted uncomfortably. I could see in her diseased yellow eyes she was silently begging me not to blow up and embarrass her in front of Ji-hoon. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Please, let's just leave. I'm not feeling well. I think maybe we're too far underground or something.
Leave?
Yes, Ji-hoon, leave. I'm sick. We have to leave.
I can't leave.
Ugh, then stay. Adrian, please, let's go.
We? I mean, we can't just leave Ji-hoon here.
What? Adrian, I'm sick. What part of that are you not getting? I need to leave now. Adrian's head swung back and forth, looking between me and Ji-hoon. I felt my chest tighten. Just a useless fucking pantomime. She'd already picked who she prioritized the moment that guy said hello to us. She wasn't gonna leave unless Ji-hoon came with. My head was clouded with frustration and nausea. Come on, guys, do you really think there's a concert being held down here? This doesn't even make sense. What kind of VIP concert would be held in a place as out of the way as this?
My manager showed me the door. He told me we will perform here.
Yeah, I think it's like those raves held in sewers or those exclusive bars and warehouses. You know how crazy some bands are. I think they have to be out of the way.
Yeah, but this is out of the way. My eyes shifted to Ji-hoon. Can you give us any more information? Who's supposed to come to this? Who set this up? Is this normal?
No, I do not know. My manager tells us where to be, and we just go.
Ugh. The walls of the hallway felt like they were inching closer to me. I could feel my patience breaking under the strain of how absolutely helpless this man was. The damn ugly yellow fucking everything was not helping. If you're so helpless, how did you get separated from your group anyway? For an entire hour? Where were you during the meet and greet? Ji-hoon looked like a deer in headlights. He stumbled over his words as he panicked, trying to get the information out.
I went to find the bathroom. I got lost. I think I took a wrong turn.
Calm down. He obviously didn't want to get separated. We also got lost and were late for the meet and greet, remember?
So what? You think I should suffer because he didn't want to do the absolute bare minimum and stick with this fucking group? Fucking children do better on field trips.
Stop it! I'm not saying you should suffer. I'm just trying to find a solution here.
I could almost taste the sickening yellow that reflected off of Adrian's pale skin. It was leaking through my pores, coating my mouth in its rankness and melting through my temples into my brain. I didn't know if my head was heating up from nausea or rage, but I did know that I did not drive this girl 4 fucking hours to an event I did not want to be at just so she could suck up to some helpless man-child. The solution is, we leave. It felt like every word I said prolonged my torture. She just kept arguing.
How about we just sit tight for a second and see if you start to feel better?
Behind her yellow shoulder, I could see the rest of the corridor. It seemed to get narrower as it got closer to the door that would take us down the next stairwell. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned around and began walking towards the door we'd come in from, trying to keep from hurling. Leaving! Come! I didn't hear her footsteps. Adrian, come on! I couldn't will myself to turn and look at them. The conflicted look on her face was the last thing I wanted to see.
Anna, please. Maybe we can...
I slipped her tote bag off my shoulder and flung it behind me. I could hear the light stick clatter on the tile as the bag hit the floor. I continued walking to where we'd come in from. Fine. I'll be in the lobby. I had to take a deep breath between words to steady my nausea. Sitting around doing nothing. Because I'm only here for you. Before she could respond, the door shut behind me. Of course I wouldn't actually leave her there. Up the steps and back inside the hallway we had previously traversed, I slowed my pace, pausing when I reached the door that would take me further up. I looked behind me. There was no one there. I lingered for a moment, sighed, and sat down with my back against the wall, waiting for her to return. I attempted to pass the time and distract my hurt feelings by mindlessly playing games on my phone. But as much as I tried to ignore it, the buzzing of the fluorescent lights overhead kept me trapped in reality, unable to mentally escape into the colorful candy-coated world of Match 4 and word puzzle games. Giving up, I tried to look up any information on a private concert being held at the convention. There was no service. Of course.
Of course.
Defeated once again, I dropped my phone to the side and lowered my head down to rest on top of my bent knees. Being curled up felt better. I shifted to lay on my side, the right side of my face pressed against the cool tile floor. It was a welcoming, refreshing feeling, helping to gently cut through my nausea. I shut my eyes, finding sanctuary from the diseased yellow hall behind the pink darkness of my eyelids. Maybe I was the bad guy, I thought. Honestly, I liked that thought better than the idea that Adrian would be so quick to drop me for some pretty singer. I was kind of aggressive, but she'd dealt with my moods before. I rolled to lay on my other side, the opposite side of my face now getting to enjoy the refreshing coolness of the tile. I didn't feel a speck of dust or dirt against my cheek. Like I was lying on the clean porcelain surface of a dinner plate rather than a grimy basement floor. Sure, maybe she was used to dealing with my temper, but Jihoon wasn't. The image of his scrunched up face flashed in my mind. Damn, was I that kind of bitch? The kind that yells at foreigners for making simple mistakes? My mind played a recap of me being that kind of bitch earlier in the hall below. I saw Jihoon's panicked face as I yelled at him, brows furrowed, eyes scrunched up, as if trying to hide from my aggression within the confines of its plastic-like skin. His plastic-like skin, I corrected myself with a start. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was wrong with me? His plastic-like skin. His plastic-like skin. His plastic skin. It's plastic skin. It's plastic skin. I jolted up, bouncing up onto my feet. My hands shook as I started to pace back and forth. I was being ridiculous. I knew I was being ridiculous, but my body wouldn't listen to me. My brain kept repeating it. Plastic skin. Plastic skin. Plastic... No, not plastic skin. Obviously not plastic skin. But something was wrong. Something was so wrong. Heart thudding, I jogged back through the corridor and down the stairs. The hallway I had left Adrian and Jihoon in was now empty. Of course. My mind raced as I ran down the hallway, trying to justify the raw fear that coursed through my veins. I left her alone with a strange man. What the fuck was wrong with me? I passed through this hallway and down the next stairwell. A whine of despair escaped my lips when I opened the door at the bottom and found it led to another identical hallway. Adrian! I opened the door closest to me on the right side wall. The room behind it had blue mats strewn across the tile floor. The wall directly across from me was a large mirror, the kind you'd find at a gym or dance studio. I glanced at my panicked reflection for only a moment before scurrying to check behind the other two doors. The second door opened to a room furnished like a small living room. The third door like a fast food place from the 90s. There was no sign of Adrian or Jihoon. I cursed and ran through the last door at the end of the hall and down the next flight of stairs. I don't know how long I repeated this process. In my panic, I'd lost count of how many levels I'd gone down. Each hall I encountered was the same, with only the small rooms differing. One looked like a little library, another had a black park bench bolted to the floor in the middle of the room. The next room looked like the bare bones of a teenager's bedroom. One of the rooms was set up like the band room in my high school. It had plastic chairs arranged in a C shape facing the door, each one paired with a stand to hold sheet music. On one of these stands sat a red tote bag with the words Hero Fest printed on it, something a visitor would carry. I ran up to inspect the bag, hoping to find some evidence that there was someone else down here. It held an art print of a superhero, a map of the convention center, and a brochure for some Hero Fest convention. The date on the brochure indicated that it had taken place 10 years ago. I dropped the bag with a curse and left to descend the next stairwell. I went down 3 more levels before I began to feel like I was losing it. Despite never deviating from a straight line, the hallways began to feel like a maze, with my friend hidden somewhere within its puzzle. There was no way in hell Adrian and Jihoon could have moved this far from me unless they were sprinting. The image of Jihoon grabbing Adrian, hand over her mouth, dragging her into one of the many small rooms flashed into my head once again. I screamed her name, stretching out each syllable, desperation and fear fraying the edges of my voice. My stomach was in knots. I was taking choppy breaths, trying to keep from crying out of fear and guilt as I continued my mad dash, checking each room before descending to the next level. I knew I'd finally reached the final level when instead of a door, the hallway in front of me led to a dead end. 2 doors lined the walls of this hallway, one on the left and one on the right. At the end of the hallway, just to the right of the dead end, there was an empty door frame. Unlike all the other rooms I'd seen, the room behind this empty doorway wasn't lit, but I could see a faint purple light illuminating the pitch-black darkness of the space. Adrian's light stick. I felt weak with relief. Adrian! I ran towards the empty doorway and stopped in front of it. Something tingled at the back of my neck, urging me not to go any further. I stood at the precipice of where the stark lights of the hallway leaked into the darkness of the room. Adrian's tote bag and the glowing light stick gutting out from it were lying on the floor in the middle of the room, dimly revealing the scene in front of me in a wash of purple. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I slowly began to make out the interior of the space. My brain reeled, trying to find an explanation as my eyes separated shadow from object. The room was furnished like a classroom. A handful of small desks and blue chairs were lined up in rows, facing the wall to my right. It looked identical to the classroom Adrian and I had taken AP Chem in together, the class where we'd first met. Directly across from where I stood at the doorway, some of the desks and chairs were pushed out of line. 2 of the chairs lay on their side. By these disorganized seats, a lone figure sat crouched against the wall. The floor around it was covered in a dark liquid that looked almost black in the purple light. Jihoon? It couldn't have been him, but it couldn't not have been him either. It had his thick black hair, but the hairline was lifted and peeling off, revealing a reddish-blue surface below. Its unfocused eyes were the same shape as Jihoon's, but they were pitch black, like small pools of ink. It had his face, but its cheeks were hollowed out more than I ever would think possible. Pale skin wrapped tight around its sharp skull. Its head was bent as it chewed on a large object it gripped in its hands. Its mouth was stained with what looked to be the same liquid that covered the floor. On both ends of the creature's lips, tiny clawed appendages picked small chunks off the object in its hands and fed them into its chewing mouth. It wore his clothes, but his shirt was gathered up at its chest, resting above its inhumanly stretched out stomach, a sick parody of a pregnant woman's body. Thin sections of the ivory skin on its stretched out stomach were cracking and peeling back, like a shell and molt. Wet, almost neon red flesh appeared below the peeling skin. My feeble attempt to call out his name again died on my lips before I could finish the first syllable, my lungs paralyzed with the rest of my body. The object it had its face buried in was a wide, flat cylinder wrapped in purple cloth, the same color as the shirt Adrian had been wearing. Towards the end, the creature had its face pushed into. The cloth was pulled back and folded over itself like the wrapper on a candy bar, revealing the pale skin hidden beneath it. Dark red and purple matter spilled from the edges of the porcelain flesh. The object was Adrian's headless, armless, legless torso. The creature was gorging itself on it, working its way up from the stomach to the armless shoulders. I was dimly aware of the need to vomit as I felt my dizzy mind slowly float away from my paralyzed body. How long had they been alone without me? How long had it been since this? As hellish as the scene in front of me was, I couldn't close my eyes. I was sure that if I closed my eyes for even a second, if I moved even an inch, it would lunge at me, Its chewing uninterrupted, the figure slowly began to straighten one of its skinny, bent legs, reaching its foot towards something on the ground. My eyes followed its path and fell on curled locks of dirty blonde hair splayed across the dark floor, the bottom layer coated in blood. Adrian's hair. My eyes moved up the curled ends, following the long and wavy trail of hair to its roots. It led behind the seat of one of the overturned chairs. The buzzing in my head got stronger. That's where her head was. Just out of sight, hiding behind the seat of the blue classroom chair. Its foot got closer to her curls. It was going to use her hair to pull her head towards it. No! I couldn't see it. I didn't want to see her face. For the first time since I'd got there, it stopped chewing and tilted its head to look at me. As much as I loathed the sound of it eating her, the sudden silence pierced me.
Who wants chowder?
With the arm closest to me, it let go of her torso and lazily reached towards me, long fingers outstretched. Realizing I was too far to reach, it slowly brought its arm back to Adrian's torso and sluggishly swung the leg that had been moving to her hair towards me. Similar to the skin on its stomach, the sneakers that had once adorned Jihoon's feet were cracked and peeling. From their cracked shell, long red toes reached out to me, clenching and unclenching in the air, as if trying to grab me. Seeming to accept defeat, it indifferently went back to crunching on her ribs, its foot slowly swinging back to grab her hair. It was too engorged to move. I wish I could say I took advantage of this, that I picked up one of the chairs and bashed its head in, that I removed the lanyard that hung around my neck and used it to strangle the thing to death, to get some sort of revenge for my friend, to make sure no one would ever be hunted by that thing again, to give her parents at least a little bit of her body to bury. Some closure. But I didn't. The realization that I actually had a chance to make it out of there alive hit me with a force I'd never felt before. It electrified my blood, and like a stretched-out rubber band finally allowed to snap, I shot back down the hall. I flew up the stairs. I could hardly feel my feet on the ground as I sprinted through all those halls. Passing the room with the Hero Fest bag, the hallway where I left Adrian and Jihoon, finally shooting out of the entrance to the basement, almost crashing into a crowd of people as I flung myself across the populated first-floor corridor. I ran until I reached the opposite side of the room, turning at the last minute to smash my back and hands against the wall. My breath hitched into a broken cry as I looked towards the brown basement door, afraid the creature had somehow found the strength to follow me. There was no door. Across the room, the wall I had shot out from was perfectly smooth. Nearby convention attendees gawked at me as I slowly slid to the ground. It's all a blur of hopelessness, guilt, and fear after that. Frantically trying to lead security to a door that wasn't there. Their assumption that I was on drugs and had simply lost my friend in a hallway I forgot the location to. Having to tell her parents their daughter had just disappeared. The disappointment in my parents' eyes, the drug test passed with flying colors, and then the unease. Visits with the police, visits with the psychiatrist, visits with our priest. All the while, the image of it gnawing at her body still floated through my mind. Its shell peeling off to birth its next form.
Damn, that one was crazy. I liked that one. That was cool.
Welcome to Goat Valley Campgrounds. Looking for a place to escape?
We're not going to listen to that one, because it's part of a series. Yeah, I think I'll save that one to my no sleep favorites. That was pretty good. Okay. Now, what? I wonder. Let's see. The other one. I'm like basically going in backwards order. This episode has Fine Dining, Dollface, Edgar's Condition, and the Goat Valley thing, Chapter 4. Fine dining and breathing. I do have to get up again, briefly, so I'll be right back. Just hang tight. Well, maybe I'll get some cider, I don't know yet. I just need to, like, get up and stretch. I'll be back soon. Okay. I'm back. Yeah, I decided to make some cider. And I grabbed a cupcake while I was in there. All this talk of candy has been making me want something sweet. I can't eat it during stream though, because I'll make a mess. So that'll be after. But I'm hoping we can get the coloring on this done. Like, we're getting there. And then I'll decide on what to do for the background later. And do some pen touch-ups if I have to. But, like, as long as we get the base coloring done before we end stream, I think that'll be good. Lotus, can you situate yourself, please? Alright, so, yeah, I'm just, like, going in reverse order on these. I'll assume that this might be our last one for tonight. I don't know. I'm gonna try to stop it at around 4. I don't want to be streaming too late. We've already been going for 4 hours already. But okay. Here we go.
Welcome back to the darkness of the night. WNSP's overnight programming. I'm DC, glad to be with you for another night on the air. Now, I'm a little discombobulated this evening. I got to the station late because I had to deal with an insect problem. Yes, as most residents of Cryptid Valley know, we have our fair share of bugs down here. And while most people know what it's like to have mosquitoes and spiders and wasps around, most don't know about our ants. Oh, sure, we all know about those little ants in our yards that get into our homes. But around here, we occasionally have to deal with ant-men. Oh, that's right. Human-sized ants. They walk like humans and have large red eyes that allow them to see in every direction at once. And don't assume these creatures exist only in Greek mythology. This is Cryptid Valley, after all, and we know the difference between myth and reality. Fortunately, the ant-men in our area keep to themselves. I saw some crossing the road on the way here, so I just stopped and let them pass before moving on. Believe me, I had no intention of bugging them. From what I've heard, messing with those ants will leave you crying uncle. All right, I'll quit with the puns. Oh, now, while I get myself settled and situated for tonight's show, why don't we listen to another episode of horror from the No Sleep Podcast? A rustle of the leaves, a fleeting movement at the edge of your vision. How often have you walked a forest trail at dusk, only to feel the unmistakable sensation that something unseen is watching you? For centuries, humans have populated the darkness with creatures of legend, whose existence remains unproven, yet whose presence is undeniable in the whispered tales of those who dare venture too deep into the wild. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast. Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast. I'm your host, David Cummings. It's October, so when an exciting new horror novel comes out, we know you want to have even more content to consume, like so many fun-sized candy bars. We think this one is gonna get under your skin. It comes to us from longtime No Sleep author Gemma Amor, and this book is really up to scratch because it's going to make you itch. Josie is at rock bottom, living a haunted existence after returning to her isolated hometown on the edge of the Forest of Dean. But the tall, dense pine trees are not the only things casting shadows around her skin. When Josie stumbles across a decaying, ant-infested body in the woods, she plummets into a downward spiral, facing uncomfortable truths about the victim and her own past, all while battling a growing infestation of her mind and her flesh. Desperate to solve the case, Josie scratches the surface of an age-old mystery. A masked predator stalks the forest around Elwood, a place deeply gripped by folklore. As the village prepares for its annual festival, Josie gets closer and closer to unveiling a monster and begins to ask herself, are these dark, crawling insects leading her to uncover the truth, or is she their next victim? The novel Itch is the perfect way for horror to infest your mind. So if you're after something that is both shocking and horrifically beautiful, then take a journey and discover this little atrocity for yourself. Check the show notes to learn more about Itch by Gemma Amor. Available in ebook and audiobook formats now, with printed versions being available in the UK now and in the US very soon. So get ready to get antsy. On our episode this week, we have tales that will find people in places they can't or won't leave easily. The concept of being trapped somewhere is a distinctly horrifying one. Sometimes it's a person being trapped somewhere they don't want to be. Other times it's about someone or something trapped safely in a place where they can do the most harm. No matter where they find themselves, it's a situation that leads to no good, and rarely to any chance of escape. So if you want to escape or be well confined, we think you'll relate quite well to these stories. And the perfect way to begin is to tune in, turn on, and brace yourself for our sleepless tales. In our first tale, we meet a gourmand. These days he'd be called a foodie, a person who loves the finest food and dining experiences. And his tastes are quite exotic. And in this tale, shared with us by author L.N. Hunter, the man has a favorite restaurant, one he himself has financed in order to have the chance to dine there every night. And the place really is something to dine for. Performing this tale are Andy Cresswell and Ellie Hirschman. So, bon appetit, my friends. Enjoy yourself at this place of fine dining.
Possibly the only thing more pleasurable than a meal at La Table de Georges is the post-prandial Chateau de Laquis vintage Bar Armagnac, to be leisurely enjoyed in the lounge. The menu never includes dessert, as that would overwhelm the delectable nuances of the entree. Instead, chef de cuisine Henri Georges permits only a perfectly matched brandy as a digestif to be taken in the ambience of his smoking lounge. The alcohol relaxes the mind, while the subtle sweetness plays with the after-flavors of that night's fare. A San Cristobal Quintessence Robusto rests on the table beside me, The cigar Georges selected as the perfect end to tonight's meal. I may indulge in the cigar later, but for the moment, I take a sip of Armagnac and lean back in my well-worn club chair in La Table's lounge. Carefully positioned oriental screens divide the richly carpeted room into personal cocoons for as many individuals or couples as have dined that night. The thick carpet, along with the bindings of the books on the shelves that form the room's walls, absorb all sound, affording each group of leather wingback chairs and mahogany drinks table a comfortable silence. With a contented sigh, I close my eyes and recall many a heavenly dish created for me by Monsieur Georges. We first became acquainted during the Boer War, when my Batman, Corporal Jacobi, entered the command tent with the news that a Boer deserter had been captured. I stepped out of the tent, prepared to shoot the man myself rather than waste time issuing a command. I had precious little patience left, and was already in a foul mood thanks to Private Simmons coming down with a dose of dengue fever 2 days prior. Dashed tiresome of the man, since among my entourage only he knew his way around a field kitchen. There really was little point in getting the men to shoot the local wildlife if there were to be no opportunity of dining on it. I'd sent a messenger back to Pretoria to fetch a replacement chef, but I was already suffering the blight of poor food. As Jacobi and 2 other men dragged the wretch in front of me, he called out that my Thierry-Sard Sabatier were at risk of ruin, lying unprotected where Simmons had abandoned them. I was impressed that he recognized the knives even in danger of his own life, and chose to postpone his execution until I discovered more about the man. He claimed to be a world-class chef, traveling across Africa to find the finest and most exotic of foods the natural world could provide. He'd been captured by the Boer army and pressed into service as a chef, but had escaped after one of our more successful assaults. He'd wandered for several days before stumbling sufficiently close to my camp to be spotted. That evening, Georges-Henri, as he was then, proved the truth of his claims by preparing succulent pave steaks from the zebra I'd ordered to be shot earlier in the day.
The zebra.
As well as a mouth-watering appetizer of deviled grey-winged francolin kidneys. My platoon greatly appreciated the leftovers from my table, and the business of war was once again pleasant. Over the next few days, I dined on a multitude of God's creatures, each meal surpassing the previous in novelty and taste. Dark, heavy elephant trunk, sharp and mercurial haunch of gazelle, enchantingly dark Diker sweetmeats, and honey-sweet red colobus cheeks. Eventually, my tour of duty was up, and it was time to return to the shores of England.
He's gonna go to cannibalism.
I invited Mr. Henri to accompany me as my
Nor pronouncing zebra.
chef. As years passed, I've become less inclined towards warfare, and, it must be said, travel too. Some small aspect of this being due to an increased girth and consequent constrained mobility. Seeing London's boundaries become the limits of my roaming, Henri proposed the opening of an exclusive little restaurant, along with a name change of his own to match. I financed La Table on the understanding that I would be dining there every evening. With the economies of scale, Monsieur Georges has been able to excel himself. Dining at La Table has been a gastronomic revelation. To maintain freshness, Georges imports living animals when possible. Often problematic, but not insurmountable if the relevant parts are judiciously greased. Fresh to the kitchen is best, he says with a faux French accent, and the success of the restaurant testifies to the truth of the matter. Flesh is sweeter and richer when carved directly from a living creature. Georges has
that's
organized
fucked
a
up.
network of extremely specialized suppliers around the globe, able to provide anything diners of his establishment could possibly desire. During the past few months, Georges has delighted us with Black Widow sashimi, the arachnid equivalent to fugu sashi, rich and deliciously dark. Cerveau de tigre, thick and heavy, unlike the less complex lion's brain, and badger's foot bisque, a surprisingly refreshing dish from such a lowly and commonplace animal. On one hot August evening, he surprised us with a salade de macaron moine, a scrumptious summer offering requiring no fewer than 6 puffins per person. My physician encourages me to forego rich fare and to curtail my alcohol consumption. But one has to ask what the point of living is without these humble vices. Naturally, Georges agrees with me and ensures that every meal is a pleasure to be enjoyed as if it might be one's last. My personal favorite, which I endeavor to persuade Georges to prepare at least once a fortnight, to the horror of my doctor, is a simple sirloin of wild boar braised in ostrich or emu yolk, depending on season. With taste buds invigorated by such decadent memories, I take another sip of brandy. Tonight's meal, one I'd hoped would never end as I savored every mouthful. 10 years to the day from when I met Georges Henri, and possibly the pinnacle of his career as Georges. I take a mental note to make this known to him when he makes his customary circuit of the lounge. Individually roasted golden marmosets form the starter, the fur honeyed and crisped, and bones crushed and broken, but still within the carcass, to add that extra crunch. All served on a bed of desiccated Amorphophallus titanum, possibly the last specimens of the pungent so-called corpse plant to ever grace the planet. The entree was liver of corn-fed cochon longue served with a jus derived from Uluguru forest grasshoppers, and at the end of cooking stuffed with whole Metasepia feferi. The long pig was delicious, just the right balance of tenderness and richness, cooked to perfection. Georges explained that he'd personally traveled to South Africa to locate the boy, as a tribute to our first encounter. The orphanage owners were grateful to be paid, and one likes to think that our little dining experience helps other unfortunate children. However, it was the Metasepia that launched this particular feast towards stardom. Brightly colored cuttlefish about the size of one's thumb contracted into a spherical shape as the result of the warmth of the meat surrounding them. One swallows them whole, letting them revive and then dissolve in the acid.
Is it kind of fucked up? I'm getting hungry from listening to this.
They release a neurotoxin within seconds, which elevates the diner to a stratum of pure bliss. What makes this cuttlefish so interesting, Monsieur Georges informed us on the menu card, is that it's not venom or saliva that is lethal in these creatures, but their very flesh. Fortunately, he also included an appropriate measure of antitoxins in the jus, as if one would need a reason beyond its taste to consume every drop of the delightful concoction. I can attest, too, that the remains of the Metasepia interact most satisfactorily with my Armagnac, submersing me in an all-consuming soporific mellowness. I smile to myself, contemplating my cigar and waiting comfortably for Georges to make his circuit of the room to be congratulated by us all. A crash from below snaps me back to consciousness. It's not, I must confess, the first time I've nodded off after a sumptuous meal, but it is the first time my brandy balloon slipped from my fingers, shattering on the floor. A distressing waste of Chateau de la Quille, not to mention an 18th century Nachtmann brandy glass. A sudden burning assaults my guts. I attempt to struggle upright, but find I cannot move. I struggle to breathe. My throat feels tight and heavy, but I can't summon the energy to clear it. Monsieur Georges appears in front of me, face pale and eyes reddened, holding a slim bottle of thick green liquid. He holds it up.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. A mistake. I forgot.
His fake French accent has been forgotten, and he reverts to South African enunciation.
Drink this.
He pours some of the liquid into my mouth, but I'm unable to swallow it. I realize that the only parts of my body I can move are my eyeballs.
I'm sorry.
He looks at me with tears in his eyes, before turning away and hastening to another of his diners. His frantic apologies are the only sounds in the room, apart from moaning and a curious slithering, slurping sound. I force my focus down towards my nose, which appears to be rippling and stretching, and watch, unable to protest, as stubby tentacles ooze from one distended nostril, followed by the body of a cuttlefish. The pain is excruciating, as the beast's cuttlebone proves to be stronger than my flesh, shredding it as it passes through. The blood-covered creature uncurls and stretches, feeling its way down my chin and neck. The cuttlefish's fortitude was evidently superior to the caustic acids of my stomach, and Georges' bottle must be the antitoxins he somehow neglected to add to the meal. The tiny creature drags itself under my clothing to scratch and peck at my skin. It emits tiny clicks as it moves, and I hear small rasping sounds as it lacerates my flesh. I feel it burrowing through me, as though trying to establish a route back to its companions within my digestive tract. My nose explodes with a sickly pop, and blood gushes out, transporting dozens of cuttlefish with it. Some creep into my mouth, pressing numb lips aside, and clamp themselves onto my paralyzed tongue. The taste of my own blood is loathsome. But soon, the creatures have consumed a sufficient amount of my tongue that my taste buds no longer function. I should be terrified, but some miasmatical quality of the creature's toxin dulls my senses and stills my emotions, such that I have become no more than a detached observer. I can see that my shirt, hitherto stretched over a torso that one must concede had been permitted to grow over-large, has started to redden as the creatures do their work beneath the fabric. I lose control of my bladder, and a damp darkness seeps across my trousers. I suppose I should consider myself fortunate that I can no longer smell anything, thanks to the action of these creatures. My tears must have infuriated the cuttlefish, because 3 of them turned to advance upon my eyes, proximity making their tentacles loom large. A sharp pinch is followed by a blurring of my vision. Soon after, I see no more. All I perceive now are the sounds of ripping and slurping and crunching and incessant slithering, and the sensations of tugging and cutting on my flesh. I wonder if these tiny creatures experience any sense of enjoyment as they eat, as I have done on them and their ilk so many times. I do hope their meal doesn't last much longer.
Well, that was a twist. Reminds me of the scary stories to tell in the dark story where the woman had spiders
WNSP will return after a word
underneath
from
her
our
skin.
sponsors. You want longer
And they formed as a zit on her face. And then the zit popped and a bunch of spiders came out. Okay, who's that? Just looked it up. Cuttlefish are not poisonous. That antitoxin would be pointless and sounds like they weren't even cooked. Damn. Yeah, I was like, wait, cuttlefish? Why are we making cuttlefish scary? Pufferfish, maybe. Yeah, like, you know, pufferfish have to be specially, you know, prepared for one to eat them. Maybe like even jellyfish because they have like tendrils. I like how it wraps around and that the person eating all these animals gets eaten by said animal, but I don't know if cuttlefish would have been the one that I went with. If anything, cuttlefish would be scary in an adult. Okay. Stop it. But speaking of scary stories to tell in the dark, like, I mean, I'd like to own those. At least for, like, an art perspective, because we all know how amazing the illustrations in those books are. The stories can be kind of hit or miss, but, like, you know, they would be nice to just have, I think. Nah, it should have been, like rats or something. I don't know about cuttlefish. That's a little weird. But you do you, I guess. I thought that I heard... Oh, I did hear... Okay. Oh my god, Casey's eyes in that first one. These are cute! Very cute. I'll read that comic more in depth later. I'm gonna try to finish this. We're close. I think the only thing left I have to shade is the white. Oh, hold on. I can't see. And then the red words on the rocket go on last. What do you think I should do for the background? I have an assortment of markers that I can go over it with, or I can do like a gradient with the colored pencils or something. But as far as like the main image, yeah, we can definitely get this done tonight. Alright, let's lock in.
Episodes, no ads, and lots of bonus content. Find out more at sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com. Fun fact, there's a pinned video on our Instagram where I tell folks about what the podcast is all about. In that video, you'll see me wearing my extra fine Australian merino polo from Quince. Yep, I love my Quince gear that much. And now that the weather is getting cooler, I'm getting new clothing that does the autumnal work by being warm, durable, and built to last. And Quince delivers every time with wardrobe staples
Soft mid-purple?
that'll carry you through the season. Quince has the kind of fall staples you'll actually want to wear on repeat, like 100% Mongolian cashmere from just $60. Classic fit denim and real leather and wool outerwear that looks sharp and holds up.
You guys can't see that.
Directly with ethical factories and top artisans.
The lighting
Quince
kind of
cuts
ruins
out
it.
the middlemen to deliver premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. And since Quince isn't just apparel, I'm going to check out some of the cool-looking wool rugs they offer in their line of home products. Quince is definitely a place I like exploring for so many new products.
How about
So
Parma
layer up
Violet?
this fall with pieces that feel as good as they look. Go to quince.com/nosleep for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/nosleep.
I might do that and
Free shipping
lighten it at the
and
top.
365-day returns.
I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if we're gonna get that tonight.
No sleep.
We'll
Thanks for
see.
supporting our show, Quince. Now back to WNSP's presentation of the No Sleep Podcast.
I need to find a white shade. That's up to you because the color pencils are weird with how they actually look. That's why I have a cheat
These days,
sheet.
There are plenty of discussions about gender norms. Should girls wear pink and boys blue? Do boys get gifted sports gear while girls get dolls? Well, despite the varied opinions out there, we'll meet a family with a little girl who has been given
Maybe.
a new dolly. And in this tale, shared with us by author Michael Serrer, we soon learn why the girl isn't too keen on playing with the doll, despite her mom's insistence. Performing this tale are Mike Delgadio, Danielle McRae, Wafia White, and Nicole Goodnight. So go ahead and enjoy your new friend. She is cute after all, with her delightful little doll face.
For eyes, I like to do a touch of blue. So,
Isn't
like,
she
let me
adorable?
actually...
Look, she has pigtails, just like you.
The little girl pawed at the box and peered through the plastic film. She shook it and set it back down. Her mom frowned.
Aren't you gonna open it?
The little girl just shook her head.
What is it, baby? Are you still upset about Daddy?
Silence. Her mom sighed and stared up at the ceiling. She looked back at her daughter.
You'd never leave Mommy, would you?
Before the girl could answer, a timer began to beep.
Shoot.
Her mother stood up and rushed towards the kitchen. Once alone, the girl turned her attention to the box. With nimble fingers, she reached out and began undoing the cardboard packaging, loosening the ties, and finally freeing the doll from her restraints. She held the doll before her and stared into its lifeless blue eyes. She then noticed a string dangling from its back. The girl pulled at it tenderly.
Why does the story
As it
instantly give away
slowly
Sleepaway Camp
slithered
vibes?
The doll opened its mouth.
Where am I?
You're in my house.
The doll didn't answer, so the girl tugged at the string again.
Help me.
How?
Silence. Another pull of the string.
I'm trapped. I need to get out of here. Please, help me.
What should I do?
The girl frantically yanked at the string.
There's a switch under my foot. Flip it. That will set me free. Please do it fast. I'm so scared.
The little girl glanced
Hell
around
no.
the room. Her mom was still in the kitchen, and the house smelled like burnt cookie dough. She picked up the doll and felt below the heel. A few moments later, her mom dashed into the living room, holding a platter of overcooked chocolate chip cookies.
All right, cookies are ready.
She put the tray onto the coffee table, then glanced around the room.
Honey Bear? Are you in the bathroom?
But the house stood quiet. She glanced down at the floor and saw the doll's empty eyes staring back at her. She picked it up and pulled the string.
Mommy, I'm scared. I want to go home.
A jagged smile spread across her mother's face as
Oh.
she cradled the doll in her arms.
Don't worry, baby. You are home. And Mommy isn't ever gonna let you go.
I had a feeling. That's fucked up. I haven't seen Sleepaway Camp. I'll try to remember that. I think it was a trap by the mom, Severin.
Word from our sponsors.
'Cause she's
You
like,
want
"You
longer
won't leave me."
episodes, No ads and lots of bonus content. Find out more at
She was like really
the No Sleep Podcast.
persistent on her daughter messing
Have
with
you
it.
ever wondered why private investigators or detectives are called dicks? It's because dick is short for detective, not because they act like dicks.
Tails doll does it
So
every
if you love
Tuesday.
true crime and want to go deep with a couple of dicks, come on, stop giggling. I want to tell you about a podcast I think
What?
is mandatory listening for any true crime fan. It's called Small Town Dicks. On Small Town Dicks, the hosts sit down with real detectives to hear the stories of the cases that stayed with them long after the investigation ended. Cases that shaped their careers and their lives. These aren't dramatizations or second-hand retellings. These are first-hand accounts from the people who were in the room, on the scene, and solving the case. The show is hosted by Emmy-winning actress Yardley Smith. That's right, the voice of Lisa Simpson, alongside identical twin detectives Dan and Dave, and renowned cold
There's
case
three of them?
investigator
Okay.
Paul Holes, who developed the revolutionary DNA technology that helped catch the Golden State Killer. Over the last 16 seasons, Small Town Dicks has built a reputation for respectful, compelling storytelling and offers an extremely rare, behind-the-scenes look at how investigations actually unfold, from the first lead to the final arrest, and the emotional toll it takes on everyone involved. So if you're ready for a true crime podcast that trades sensationalism for substance, check out Small Town Dicks. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts or at smalltowndicks.com. Now back to WNSP's presentation of the No Sleep Podcast.
Curious about that. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, thank you, No Sleep, for recommending a new podcast for me. There's 5 of them? Oh shit.
If a nanny is tasked with caring for a difficult child, you could easily see where the theme of being trapped comes in. Challenging children can certainly make a person feel quite confined. But in this tale, shared with us by author Christopher Sweet, we meet Meredith and her charge, Edgar. Meredith loves Edgar like her own child, even though his fits seem to be driving him out of his mind. Performing this tale are Penny Scott Andrews, Ash Millman, and Erica Sanderson. So try to be patient with the boy, at least until you learn more about Edgar's condition.
Almost 20 years ago, I responded to an advertisement requesting a live-in nanny and housekeeper
for an affluent young couple and their only child. The ad stressed applicants should be experienced in working with children, and that preference would be given to those with a minimum 5 years' experience in the field. I had no such experience, but I did have 3 younger brothers who I was responsible for in my juvenescence. Who could be better prepared for the responsibilities of a nanny than one who had put up with the borderline abusive whims and demands of a trio of boy devils? So it was that I found myself seated upon a stiff leather wingback that may well have been older than the house in which it sat, a sprawling manor erected sometime in the late 19th century under the scrutinous gaze of the lady of the house. The study in which we conferred boasted a most distracting view through its enormous window. Mrs. Florence Weiss sat between myself and the glass, herself behind a gargantuan cherrywood desk, which, to judge by the modest humidor and crystal decanter resting upon it, I assumed must belong to Mr. Weiss. Beyond the window sprawled an ancient garden in full spring bloom, populated by statues of alabaster and iron, the grandest of which bore the likeness of the angel Gabriel blowing a gilded trumpet, as if calling flowers into bloom through its tone. Mrs. Weiss herself was the picture of composed beauty, a feat I'd rarely seen in a woman so young, though she herself is 10 years my senior. Being 22 years of age at the time myself, I thought this woman was the most beautiful creature I had ever laid eyes upon. I could not even bring myself to be envious of her thick, chestnut-colored hair, golden tan, and perfectly curved body. I myself have always been hopelessly thin, irredeemably pale, and cursed with barely blonde, limp hair.
Your application states you've had over a decade of experience in childcare, yet you don't look a day over 19.
Jealous of her thick.
Mrs. Weiss sat perfectly straight, with her hands neatly folded on the desk. She hadn't asked a question, so I provided no response to her statement, even to correct her on my age. I'd provided my date of birth in the application. She gave me a secretive smile.
I've got younger siblings of my own, older as well. Are you the eldest?
Yes, Mom, I said, already certain that I would not be getting the job.
And housework? Any professional experience?
No professional work, Mom, but we grew up in the country, and my parents were almost always away, so I've dealt with more than most.
Oh? Any experience tutoring?
I shook my head. The advertisement didn't mention anything about that.
It's covered in the other duties as needed part of the listing.
I nodded, unable to form an intelligent response. She stared at me for some time then, and I could feel colour rising in my cheeks. Shame at having so easily been spotted as an imposter.
I'd like you to start in 5 days.
Monday? I said, too shocked at the implication of her statement to respond appropriately.
Will that be a problem?
Yes, no. I mean that I can absolutely start on Monday. With a thin smile, one I took at the time to be magnanimous, but now understand was likely at least partially apologetic, my new employer leaned across the desk and shook my hand. So unexpectedly masculine was the gesture that I almost expected her to offer me a cigar and a whiskey to celebrate the arrangement.
Are you free for a little while longer? I can give you a tour of the house if you'd like. I'm happy to pay for a cab for you to get home afterward.
Oh, that won't be necessary, I said, and then promising myself to start thinking before I speak, I added, I mean the ride. I would love a tour. She gave me that sad, almost pitiful smile again and led me from the study. Goldfinch Manor, as I learned the estate was named, for the birds that descend on the garden in the spring, was the biggest house I'd ever set foot in. The tour took a full 30 minutes to complete, and even then we left several rooms and outbuildings unvisited. The garden, I was told, was a labyrinth of topiaries and busts. Mrs. Weiss, who had by then asked me half a dozen times to call her Flo, apologized, seeing my disappointment when we turned back inside after only a glimpse at the garden.
You'll have plenty of time to explore on your own.
Will I get to meet your son today?
Edgar's father has taken him to an appointment, and I'm afraid they won't be back until supper.
I look forward to meeting him. Mrs. Weiss. Flo only responded with that morose smile. How should I tell of my first meeting with young Edgar? Shall I begin with an anecdote describing how the first thing he did when we met was to bring me what I was later told by Mrs. Weiss was his favorite toy, a plush, smiling bear? Or would it be prudent to mention the cautious look the boy's mother gave him when she thought I wasn't paying attention? Perhaps I should come right out and speak of his affliction. At the time of our meeting, Edgar was, in almost every way, a typical 3-year-old boy. He was adorable, with a lush head of brown hair and big milk chocolate eyes to suit it. He was slightly more empathetic than most boys his age, and could be quite sensitive. Like any toddler, he was capable of great treachery and incredible sweetness. More often than not, his disposition was one of amiable contentedness. In the first weeks of my employment with the Weiss family, I did not suspect in the slightest that the boy's good nature masked a severe unrest. It was the first week of June, 3 weeks and 2 days after I started in my role as nanny, other duties as needed, that I learned of, stumbled upon really, Edgar's condition. My room was upstairs in the east wing of Goldfinch Manor, on the opposite side of the house as the Weiss's bedrooms. While I was a live-in nanny, Mrs. Weiss insisted I have my evenings off. This meant that once Edgar was in bed, I was free to do as I pleased until the morning. I had an intercom in my room connected to the other bedrooms, the office, and the kitchen. The idea behind the intercom was that I'd be available on call in case I was needed for emergencies. I was promised there would be no midnight summons for warm milk or anything of the sort. Mrs. Weiss was all too happy to take care of nighttime issues, of which there seemed to be none. Until June 1st. It was the intercom that woke me, presumably having been accidentally bumped while Mrs. Weiss was trying to settle Edgar from one of his fits, which is a wholly underqualified word for what bedeviled the poor boy. I woke, startled by a cry of what could have been rage or anguish or both, coming from the speaker located next to my bed. So unexpected was the sound that I at first thrashed about, certain I was under attack from the malevolent spirit of one of Goldfinch Manor's long-deceased occupants. By the time I recognized the sound for what it was, the intercom had turned off again. To me, especially in the sleep fog I was still trying to shake myself from, it sounded like a scream for help. I flew from my bed and sprinted all the way to the other end of the house, barely maintaining my footing on the short flights of stairs that led down from the east wing and then up into the west. I had no idea which room the call had come from, but my primary responsibility was Edgar's well-being, so it was to his room I went. Light spilled from the child's doorway, illuminating a thin triangular portion of the hallway. Edgar's anguished cries issued through the opening. I made a run for the door, but came to a halt when I heard his mother's pleading whispers coming from within. My heart thundered in my chest, both from the exertion of running and the stress of the moment. It was never my intention to spy, but I found myself creeping up to the door as silently as I could, even though I just barreled down the hall with no regard for how much noise I'd been making. Mrs. Weiss's voice floated out of the room, but I could not make out what she was saying over her son's screams, only her tone. Edgar sounded like he was in agony, but his mother sounded as though she was pleading with him. Not the sleep-deprived begging to go back to sleep that all parents eventually become familiar with, but a more desperate, frantic entreaty. "Mrs. Weiss," I whispered, too low to be heard even if they hadn't been making so much noise. "Flo?" I made myself reach out and give the door a gentle push, so it opened enough for me to see what was going on. What it revealed did nothing to remedy the nervous puzzlement that had stolen over me. Mrs. Weiss knelt next to Edgar's bed, hands clasped in front of her as if in prayer. I couldn't make out what Edgar was doing, not at first. All my view afforded me was a glimpse of his blankets being jerked about as he moved, doing whatever it was that upset his mother so badly. I stepped into the room, heedless of any invasion of privacy, and put a hand on Mrs. Weiss's shoulder. She jumped up, startled, and turned to face me. When she did, I finally saw what had been upsetting her so much. Edgar was on his stomach, with his knees folded under him, and his face against the blankets. His little hands were firmly latched around his own neck, tiny knuckles white with exertion. He screamed in frustration, kicking at his sheets and bucking his shoulders as if trying to shake something off his back. His pajama shirt was pulled up and bunched around his shoulders, and for a split second it appeared as though something was moving under his skin. But then Mrs. Weiss shifted, and her shadow mimicked the movement on Edgar's back. A trick of the light, then. Mrs. Weiss, meanwhile, was pleading with him to stop, telling him to let go of himself. Assuming she was in shock and that her son may need medical attention, I pushed past her and sat on the mattress next to Edgar. I put my hand on his back, intending on rubbing it, and finally realized what he was doing. I yanked my hand back, shocked and terrified. He twisted his head around and looked at me with miserable, pleading eyes.
Get it off, Meredith!
What, honey? What's on you? Instead of bothering to explain, he doubled down on his efforts and continued to push against his head with his hands, while yanking his body backwards in an attempt to pull away from it. It took another 15 minutes or so, but Edgar eventually wore himself out and fell back to sleep, heartbreaking little whimpers issuing from his lips with every other breath. His mother and I sat wordlessly with him until his breathing evened out. When we were both sure he was deep asleep, Mrs. Weiss spoke up.
Would you please make us both some chamomile tea, Meredith? I'll meet you in the kitchen in a moment. I believe I should explain some things.
I went to the kitchen and set the kettle on the stove to boil, taking out 2 mugs and plopping a tea bag into each. Chamomile wasn't what I needed to calm my nerves, though, so I also went to the parlour and fetched a glass tumbler and what looked like one of the less expensive bottles of bourbon Mr. Weiss kept in his personal bar. By the time Mrs. Weiss met me in the kitchen, I was sipping at my second generous pour of the whiskey, mugs of tea steeping before me on the table. Mrs. Weiss eyed the bottle, poured the contents of her mug into the sink, bag and all, and set it on the table, nodding to indicate I should pour for her as well.
Tea was a silly idea.
That wasn't the first time that's happened, was it? Mrs. Weiss sipped from her mug, grimacing almost imperceptibly at the burn of the liquor.
The doctors we've seen seem to think it's a form of Tourette's, but no one is willing to make a firm diagnosis.
Was he
trying to remove his own head? Yes.
She took a steadying breath and went on.
He was 10 months old the first time we saw him do it. He was playing on the floor like nothing was wrong and then went still. Just sat there, staring, for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, which is the only indication we get that a fit is coming.
She put her face in her hands and broke into tears. I ran around the table and put my arm over her. She grabbed onto me and squeezed hard enough to hurt. I ignored the pain and rubbed her back. It's okay. We don't have to get into it. After a few minutes, I went back to my chair, poured more of the whiskey into each of our cups, and slid her mug back to her. She wiped her eyes with the back of one hand and took a small sip.
It doesn't happen frequently, but there have been times where he's had 2 or 3 fits in as many weeks.
I'm so sorry you and Mr. Weiss have been dealing with this on your own for so long.
John hardly looks at Edgar, let alone deals with his condition. It scares him, so he buries himself in his work. If he can't find enough to keep busy with, he locks himself in the pool house and drinks himself into a stupor.
I'd never dared to ask Mrs. Weiss, but I'd wondered what her husband did that kept him away from home for such long periods of time. I'd met the man only once on the single occasion he'd been home and dined with us. He'd seemed distracted and ultimately dismissive of everyone at the table, but I'd taken it to be the result of a hard-worked mind. Mr. Weiss had finished his supper before the rest of us, and then excused himself, apparently retreating to the pool house and not his office, as I had assumed. My heart swelled for Mrs. Weiss. Poor woman. She grew quiet then, speaking in single syllables and taking small but frequent sips from her mug. So I bid her a good night and went to bed, more than a little drunk. 2 weeks later, Edgar had a full-blown fit in front of me. It was a beautiful summer day. The two of us had taken a walk through the garden and were having a picnic lunch on the far lawn. Edgar was chasing a bright blue butterfly that fluttered in front of him as we were eating grape jam sandwiches, his favorite. He giggled at the top of his lungs each time the butterfly eluded him, causing me to laugh right along with him. All at once, he stopped running and watched the butterfly flit away. After a full minute of his staring off after the bug, I said, "Butterfly's gone, Eddie." I was packing up the uneaten food and took a moment to notice he was still gazing in the direction the butterfly had gone. I dropped what I was doing and went to him, assuming he was upset his insect friend had left him. His condition was far from my mind. I stepped in front of him and softly clapped my hands to get his attention. "Let's tidy up." He didn't blink or even seem to notice me there. I dropped to my knees in front of him and took him gently by the shoulders, which was when he started screaming. The sudden noise startled me so badly I fell backwards, landing hard on my rear. His cry was unlike anything I'd ever heard, much louder than his wails on that night 2 weeks earlier. 1 second he'd been almost catatonic, and the next his jaw dropped open as if on a hinge, and a terrible shriek came out of him, like some hideous demon was using his lungs as a horn. The scream went on for an impossibly long time, the duration of which I could only sit and stare, frozen in fear. When he finally went silent, I moved towards him, intent on comforting him, but that was when the attack began in earnest. He fell to the ground and writhed violently, kicking up clods of grass with his shoes. His eyes grew wide, and he grit his teeth in exertion as he pushed up on his head with hands cupped under his jaw. The groan of effort coming from behind his teeth reminded me of a woman in labor, pushing with all her might to eject a small human form from within her, rending herself apart in the process. Still on the ground, I crawled towards him on hands and knees and tried to force his hands down from his chin, where he was pushing with so much force that he later had a big purple welt in the spot. He squirmed against me, kicking hard enough to bruise me in several places. He gnashed at me with his teeth like a cornered dog and tore small bits of flesh from my hands and fingers. I fought against him as hard as I could, but his strength in the moment was uncanny, and I finally had to retreat in order to protect myself from serious injury. I watched him twist about on the ground, pushing against his own head with all his might, before he changed tactics and pulled on it as he'd done on that night a couple of weeks before. All I could do was watch through hysterical tears to make sure he didn't hurt himself. It went on far longer than I could have thought possible. At least 20 minutes, though it felt like more. The fit only came to a stop when he'd absolutely physically tired himself out. He fell asleep with his hands pressed against the sides of his head, where he'd been gripping and pulling it at the end of the attack. I left the picnic basket and carried him back to the house, both of us blooded and grass-stained, looking like we'd been fighting instead of picnicking. Mrs. Weiss was home by then and came running out the back door as we emerged from the garden. She took her son from me without a word and carried him off to bed.
Recording that must have been an experience.
All of them more or less a version of the incident in the garden. Until his 11th birthday. By then, I'd been with the Weiss family for 8 years and loved Edgar like my own son. Mr. Weiss had all but succeeded from the family, spending most of his time at his penthouse in London, where he conducted most of his business, and was no doubt enjoying the company of women other than his wife. Mrs. Weiss herself accepted her husband's withdrawal with utter stoicism. For all intents and purposes, Edgar had 2 mothers who loved him fiercely and who had grown to love each other as well.
Oh.
There was never anything remotely romantic between Mrs. Weiss and myself.
Oh.
But she would often confide that as long as she had me around, she had no need of a husband. So it was that the two of us decided together that perhaps Edgar deserved to have a birthday party. He went to school regularly, and somewhat miraculously had only suffered one attack while at school. It was chalked up to a seizure, and no one suspected anything was wrong with the boy other than a slight brain malady. We decided on a 2-hour party, just enough to make it worthwhile for kids and their parents to drop in, play some games, eat some cake.
We were
and be on their way
roommates.
before anything untoward could occur. Edgar was a quiet and often solitary child, so we also wanted to be mindful of inundating his space with friends he never saw outside of school and adults who were complete strangers to him. We hired caterers and decorators, and when the day rolled around, all of Goldfinch Manor was transformed to celebrate Edgar's 11th year. Until that day, his attacks had been limited to him trying to force his own head from his body with his bare hands. Neither Mrs. Weiss nor myself had considered he'd been empty-handed each time an attack occurred. It happened while we were eating cake. Around 24 children and their parents showed up, and we all gathered around the seldom-used banquet table in the big dining room, a space reserved for special occasions and family gatherings, of which there were very few. The room was in fine spirits, children laughing at the icing smeared on each other's faces, and parents engaged in light-hearted conversation with one another. I was indulging a single father as he told me about the novel he'd written, which had earned the attention of at least one reputable literary agent. When I noticed Edgar staring across the table, upraised fork clenched in his fist. I glanced in the direction he was staring, and at first assumed he must be watching the two girls across the table whisper to each other. I was too slow, too swept up in the social atmosphere to recognize the dazed expression on his face.
Uh-oh.
The moment I looked back at him, almost as if he'd been waiting for me to watch, he thrust the fork into his own neck. No one else noticed at first, and I was too shocked to say anything. I rose from my seat while the oblivious author continued to ramble about his book. Edgar pulled the fork from his neck, and I could see the puckered skin move with it, almost as if it was trying to hold the utensil in place, not wanting it to release the streams of blood that flowed the tines out. As the blood flowed down his neck, he plunged the fork in once more, on the other side this time. Somebody screamed. It may have been Mrs. Weiss, or the babbling author, or myself, I do not know. Children shrieked and ran from the table. Mrs. Weiss raced to her son's side and wrapped a towel around his neck. She shouted for someone to call an ambulance. Edgar, intent on using the fork as efficiently as possible, continued to stab at his own neck. His mother blocked each of these attempts with her own hands, which bled from at least a dozen little holes. Thankfully, perhaps because of the intensity of it, this was one of his shorter fits, and by the time the paramedics arrived, Edgar had mostly run out of steam. Mother and son were patched up swiftly in hospital, most of the wounds being superficial. The only serious injury had been to Mrs. Weiss's hand, where one of Edgar's jabs had damaged a tendon. She needed surgery to repair the wound, and suffered chronic pain in that hand from then onwards. Mr. Weiss decided to come home temporarily then, and it was decided, with the encouragement of several psychiatrists, that Edgar should be put under temporary observation. The doctors apparently did not like what they saw, and before long, poor, sweet Edgar was indefinitely committed to a children's psychiatric hospital. Mrs. Weiss and I said our tearful goodbyes as I packed up my things, uncertain of where I would go from there. I was only certain I did not want to nanny to anyone else. She asked me to stay, of course, but I couldn't remain in that house without Edgar. Goldfinch Manor had become a melancholy, desolate place in the short time since the birthday party. And that should have been the end of the story. I should have accepted it as my way out. I'd saved a good deal of money since my expenses had been minuscule while working for the Weiss family, and after taking a year off to travel and see friends, decided to go back to school, where I earned my teaching certificate. A short time after graduating, I found myself teaching high school English. 9 years after moving out of Goldfinch Manor, I had regular employment, a nice place to call my own, and was seeing someone pretty seriously, another teacher at the school I worked at.
What else can they
He
throw at us?
primarily
I guess we'll
taught
see.
biology, and was one of the smartest and funniest people I'd ever known. The phone call came from Mrs. Weiss one late afternoon, moments after I'd arrived at home. David, the man I'd been seeing, was coming over for dinner, and I had a lot to prepare. I'd only just set down a huge bag of groceries when the phone began its shrill ringing from the living room. My former employer and I had stayed in touch, so it was no surprise to hear her voice on the other end. What was surprising was the joy I heard
Tomatoes.
in her voice.
He's back!
Who's back, Flo? Since resigning as her employee, I found myself quite comfortable calling her by her first name. John?
Don't be so foolish. Would I sound so happy if my husband suddenly decided to return? It's Edgar. He's come home.
Oh my God. It wasn't anything I'd expected to hear. We seldom spoke of Edgar these days. It had taken her a long time to get over losing him to the system, and as she healed, she spoke less and less of him. Eventually, she stopped mentioning him in conversation altogether, and not wanting to open any old wounds, I stopped asking about him. The thought of that sweet, troubled boy having grown into a man was difficult for me to wrap my mind around. Never mind that he had spent most of the last decade in a mental institution. I promised I'd make a trip to see them as soon as possible. So it was, the following Friday evening saw me exiting a taxi in front of the sprawling estate that had begun to fall into disrepair. It was late autumn, and the garden surrounding the house was a mess of dried husks, looking like bizarre limbs in the day's dying light. I rang the bell, and was entirely unsurprised when no one answered. The manor looked long abandoned, and I wondered for a couple of minutes if perhaps they'd sold the place and I'd completely missed the announcement. I trekked around to the back of the house and caught the flicker of a light in one of the upstairs windows. Edgar's old room. Hello? Flo? Edgar? It's Meredith? There was no response, and no further light to see, so I went to the back door and gave it a tug. It opened with a rusty-hinged screech, and I paused, listening for any response to the sound. The house was silent, but had the distinct feeling of occupation, which made sense, since I had been summoned there. I pushed the feeling of anxious hesitation aside and stepped through the door and into the kitchen. I'm here! Nothing. I'd lived in this house a long time, and while nothing seemed to have changed since then, it felt different for reasons I could not ascertain. Condemned. Cursed. The overhead lights were on, which was likely the only thing that kept me from fleeing the place right then. Instead, I decided to make myself at home and took my suitcase upstairs into the east wing. My instincts were correct in this, at least, and I found my old room had been made up for me. Instead of unpacking, I wandered down the hall and towards the west wing. I called out several times for both Flo and Edgar, but still received no reply. My neck itched at the silence, but my stubborn mind refused to listen to the terrified pleas of my heart. I was halfway down the hall to the master bedroom when I saw the figure sprawled out on the hallway floor. The only light came from the mouth of the hall, and the body was bathed in shadow. Forgetting any sense of self-preservation, I sprinted down the hall to where the person lay, convinced I would find Flo unconscious, or worse. But it wasn't her. The body belonged to a large man, dressed in jeans and a plaid shirt tucked into his waist. At first, I took it to be Mr. Weiss, but almost immediately decided it could not be. The hands of this man were paler, more slender, and his attire was entirely different from anything John Weiss would be caught wearing. Edgar. He remained motionless. I took a few more steps towards him and gasped. I could have screamed, but the sight before me stole my breath. The man was headless. A dark pool, black in the dimness of the hall, gathered around his neck. I pushed open the closest door to us, the one that led into Edgar's room, found the light switch, and flicked it on. A rectangle of white light spilled across the body, confirming it was indeed blood pooled around the neck, though not as much as I would have assumed had I put any real thought into the finer points of decapitation. The man's hands were splayed in front of him, and one knee was bent upward, as though he'd been army crawling along the floor when what? I refused to think of it. Stepping around the body, I told myself I needed to call the police. First, though, I needed to make sure Flo was okay. My imagination conjured up images of her laying on her bedroom floor, also decapitated, like an axe murderer had broken into the house, done his business, and stolen away without a trace. Tiptoeing down the hall, I noticed a thin trail of blood leading from the body towards the master bedroom. It snaked along the floor as if whoever removed the head of the mystery man had dragged it behind them on a rope. Behind me, the intercom crackled from Edgar's room, startling me and making me scream at the top of my lungs. Strange that Flo had kept it connected all that time. Or had she wired it back up when Edgar came home? Her voice, dreamy and overlaid with static, drifted out of the room.
Meredith? Is that you, dear?
Mind hollering at me to call someone, I backtracked, clinging to the wall to avoid the body, and slipped into Edgar's room. I pressed the button to talk on the little speaker box on the wall. Mrs. Weiss, I said, automatically reverting to my formal name for her.
Everything is all right. Come in. You'll see.
There's a headless body in the hall.
Come to my room, and you'll see everything is fine.
Why I didn't simply run out of that house, I do not know. Loyalty to my former mistress, perhaps. Maybe I wanted to see for myself that she was all right before calling any form of authority, little as that made sense. Careful to avoid stepping in any of the blood, I walked down the hall like someone in a trance. It felt impossible that I should be doing this, acting so recklessly, but my mind seemed to have given up on me, trying to save itself. At the double doors to the bedroom, I could hear a soft female voice coming from within. Mrs. Weiss cooing baby talk to someone. A chill so violent it hurt ran down my spine. Heedless of my own apprehension, I reached out and pushed the door open. At first, everything looked as I remembered it. A giant four-poster bed sat in the middle of an enormous room. On the wall closest to me was Mrs. Weiss's vanity and her walk-in closet next to that. The door to the ensuite was open, spilling the only illumination, a cold white light, into the room. I looked down and saw the blood trail snaked further into the room. I followed it with my eyes and was stunned silent by what it led me to. Mrs. Weiss sat in her rocker, the same hand-carved chair I'd seen her soothe Edgar in on several occasions before. She wore a white nightgown stained crimson with blood. Her long greying hair fell loose around her, almost entirely covering her chest, which was bare, the nightgown having been drawn down over her shoulders. She'd lost weight, her face gaunt, shoulders reduced to jutting points. She held something to her breast, and at first I only saw a shock of dark hair and thought she must have had another child without telling me. Then a purplish tendril, something resembling a skinned snake, slithered up her front and caressed the other breast. A smacking, chewing sound came from somewhere near her. Mrs. Weiss looked at me with joyful tears in her eyes. The rest of her face was pale and haggard.
I have my baby back.
She stroked the hair with one hand. Another of those tendrils wrapped around her wrist and pulled her hand away from the hair. As she moved it, the hair slid off whatever she was holding to her breast and hit the floor with a wet smack. I looked to where it landed and saw chunks of reddened flesh there, as well as pieces of what appeared to be bone and teeth, and there was an eye staring up at the ceiling. Even in the indirect glow of the bathroom light, I could see it was the same brown as eyes of the child I once loved as my own.
He's free now.
Mrs. Weiss fondled the tendril, still holding onto her hand.
He was trying for so long to be free. Now he can be himself. My son.
The thing on Mrs. Weiss's lap turned and looked at me, leaving a bleeding, ragged wound where it had been chewing on his mother's breast. It was fleshless, all muscle and tendon, glistening in the bathroom light. Its head resembled that of a skinned, earless cat. Its eyes, 4 of them, were lightless black orbs in a tight cluster high in the middle of its face. Below them was a gaping mouth filled with pointed, bloody teeth. 2 more of those tendrils rose from the bundle of flesh. One stroked its mother's cheek, while the other buried itself inside the hole it had chewed in her. It screeched then, and I recognized it as the same sound I'd heard Edgar make during his fits. I fled, raced out of the house, leaving my possessions, and running until I collapsed in the parking lot of a bank several blocks away. When I came to again, I was in a hospital bed. A uniformed police officer sat in the chair next to it. After hearing my statement, the police went to investigate Goldfinch Manor, where they found Mrs. Weiss's remains. They wouldn't tell me what happened to her, but I understand they had a difficult time identifying the body. As for Edgar's corpse, there was no sign. Nor, they said, did they find any tentacled monsters lurking in the house. They did confirm they'd found a trail of blood leading from in front of Edgar's room to the master bedroom. But that was all. The taxi driver who dropped me off backed up my alibi, such as it was. And after a brief investigation, it was apparent to officials I had no part in my former mistress's death. A short time later, I was referred to a psychologist who insisted I suffered a stress-induced delusion when I saw my old friend and employer in the disturbing state she'd been found in. He told me it would do me some good to set down my version of events from the beginning. Said it would bring closure. But it hasn't helped with the sounds I've been hearing at night. A familiar, distant screeching sound that wakes me in the middle of the night. And tonight, a squelching, sliding noise. Like something is dragging itself along the floor of my room as I write. I know who it is, of course. And when I am finished writing this, I will go to him. Now that his mother is gone, I'm all Edgar has left.
Okay, then. What's the title of this one? Edgar's Condition. And the last story on here is, I assume, chapter 4 of the... I'll let it play and see.
Welcome to Goat Valley Campgrounds.
Okay, I thought so. The Thing movie is worth watching for how odd it is. Yeah, I've watched that before. That one I've seen. I guess I see what you mean by that. Okay, well... That was a very productive stream. The stories definitely kept me focused. And... yeah, I guess, like, off-stream I'll block this out with a solid color. Because I do have, like, borders sketched on the side. Because I did want it to be, like, more condensed. But, yeah... That's how it's looking. It's done minus the background and pin touch-ups, as I've said. Yeah. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to consume that cupcake that's over there. Maybe make something to eat. I probably should. But yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. I always appreciate you guys coming out to watch me work on things. The Nicktoons Unite situation's been a little weird. If for whatever reason I can't start it next Wednesday, I will probably start the Cat Lady instead. Because I don't want to mess up my stream schedule again next week, so look forward to that. Another creepy visual novel for the month. And yeah, with that, I'll see you guys next time.